and about related work we do at Google. So thank you for that, and that's cool. So why we're here today? In this session, we would like to showcase how access to surrounding environment, information, and technology can empower people with disabilities to be productive and independent in their lives. According to World Health Organization, there is over 1 billion people with disabilities in the world. It's 9 zeros. 150 million of these people have difficulty performing even the most basics of daily tasks. For example, some of us take for granted picking up a glass of water, or walking out of the house to your favorite restaurant, or listening to a video on YouTube, or finding something in a low lighting conditions. For other people, these tasks aren't so easily achievable. Technology has an amazing power to change that. In fact, if you think about it, for millennia, humanity has been developing low and high-tech gadgets. I'll give you a few examples. Wheel. Sorry, no Nobel Prize for this one. But fire, clock, typewriter, smartphone. All of these things we have been creating so that we can improve the quality of our lives. For some people, this is just to improve the quality of their lives. Yet for others, like for people with disabilities, these gadgets, these new technical advancements made it possible, in many cases, enabled to live their lives. I, for example, being completely blind, could not do my work at Google without assistive technology, or computers, or other tools that help me to do very basic things in my life, you know, paying bills, taxes, what have you. So in this case, again, technology is just super important, and today we would like to talk to you about some of that technology. Now, some of you probably in the audience have experienced low lighting conditions where you were trying to find something, or how about a shaky train where you were trying to read something, the book that you've been waiting for so long to pick up and read. Many things, right? You might remember discomfort and frustration that you find yourself grappling with when finding yourself in such circumstances. You probably wouldn't want discomfort and frustration to be companion for the rest of your life. But unfortunately, for many people with disabilities, it is. They have to live with this. Now, technology, as I mentioned before, has an amazing power to change, if not all of that, then certainly a lot of these things. We at Google actually create some of that technology. I think we know something about technology at Google, right? We create that technology. And since we created technology, we feel like we have you here for that purpose, so we can tell you about things we create. Over the last year, we've been working hard on creating some of the new tools to help people with disabilities, but also create new APIs and frameworks to help developers like you to create more accessible apps and more inclusive products. With that, I would like to invite Brian to talk to you, to kick off our marathon, and to talk to you about, well, where's Brian?
I'm right here.
Oh, you're here?
I'm here.
All right. Here goes Brian. Welcome, Brian.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, everybody. My name is Brian Kemmler, and I'm a product manager on Android accessibility. I'm excited to discuss our new accessibility services and the APIs that make them possible. Now let's dive in and discuss how we're innovating in this space. First, I'm going to talk about what we're doing in Android P to make hearing conversations a little easier. Listening is difficult, even in a quiet field with no background noise and a large set of ears. But the everyday reality is we live, work, and play with an increasing amount of environmental noise. In fact, Unwanted sound is one of the most common environmental problems. It's not only annoying, but it prevents us from understanding our colleagues, friends, and loved ones. No matter how well we can hear, most of us can relate to the following acoustically challenging situations. Listening to your dinner date in a loud restaurant, trying to listen to a caller in a loud airport lounge, listening to a presenter who is speaking too softly, like me right now. One could think about environmental noise as a form of situational disability. But what if you could turn down the noise and boost the signal on your smartphone so you would never miss the conversation? Now you can, because today we're introducing Sound Amplifier. Sound Amplifier is a new accessibility service that helps users focus on real-world conversations using only an Android smartphone and a set of headphones. Users can tune hundreds of personalized levels to optimize their listening experience to the current environment. Its two sliders for loudness and tuning dynamically adjust over 100 audio presets in the background. The settings can then be independently applied to each ear. Adjusting them provides ambient sound, it improves ambient sound quality in a vast array of scenarios, including enhancing sound in loud, distant, or faraway spaces, increasing the volume of somebody who speaks softly, turning up the TV to a volume that's understandable and acceptable for everybody in the room. Now, I'm going to briefly explain how it was built using the new dynamics processing effect. Sound Amplifier was built on the new dynamics processing effect in Android's audio framework. The effect is based on a 4-stage signal processing architecture. Stage 1 is pre-equalization. You could think about the pre-equalizer as a programmatic way to adjust any audio frequency. Think bass to treble and everything in between. Stage 2 is a multi-band compressor. The multi-band compressor is the keystone of the dynamic processing effect. It adjusts up soft sounds and adjusts down loud sounds to provide a much better listening experience. Stage 3 is post-equalization. Similar to the first stage, it allows you to fine-tune any audio frequency. Lastly, stage 4, the limiter, prevents additional gain above a developer-designated threshold, which prevents loud or unwanted noises. We're going to be doing a number of demos and a deep dive on the dynamics processing effect and Sound Amplifier Thursday at 3:30 on stage 5. So please join us there if you want to learn more. Switching topics, I'm going to discuss what we're doing to make Android easier for users with mobility and dexterity challenges. For example, we're going to do a little empathy exercise. So first, I'm going to ask everybody to take out their phones. All right, now I want everybody to take a screenshot. This does have a purpose. Take a screenshot, please. After you've done that, I want you to do it again, but I want you to do it with just one hand. Screenshot on your phone. Not quite as easy, is it, with one hand? For tens of millions of users, this is their everyday reality. These might be users with tremors or limited hand strength. For them, simple tasks such as holding the phone, pressing hardware buttons, or performing gestures can be difficult, painful, and time-consuming. Accessibility Menu is a new accessibility service to make common interactions easier for users with physical disabilities. In the US alone, this is a population of over 75 million users. Accessibility menu simplifies the following functions. Hardware shortcuts including power off, lock screen, take screenshot, and volume control. Gestures like swipe up and swipe down for recent apps, notifications, and quick settings. It'll also allow you to invoke the assistant or go directly to accessibility settings instantly. Further, we designed it with very large touch targets located at the bottom of the screen. This facilitates reachability for those with smaller hands or limited reach. It works in both portrait and landscape mode. Lastly, accessibility menu is built on top of our accessibility framework. We added 2 new APIs for screenshot and lock screen so developers can start using it today. So now, I'm going to pass the baton over to Patrick to talk a little bit about vision.
Cool. Thanks, Brian. All right. Hello, everyone. My name's Patrick Clary. I'm a product manager on accessibility at Google. And I'm very excited today to announce for the very first time here at I/O a new app coming to the Play Store called Lookout. So Lookout is a new app for users who are blind and low vision. And it'll be useful for them in certain situations where they require help from others. So for example, one of these users might be entering a new space for the first time, right? They might not know if other people are present in that space. They might need assistance, for example, finding a chair or reading the Office directory. Another example is when a user is cooking. They might need assistance reading a recipe or locating different ingredients. So the goal of Lookout is to leverage a user's smartphone to make these physical spaces and others more accessible to these users who are blind or with vision impairments. You can think of Lookout as a personal guide that sees the world and speaks items of importance that it detects in the environment. So when a user downloads Lookout and opens the app, this is what they'll see. They'll see a mode selection where they can pick between 4 different modes. And at launch, we'll support work and play, home, scanning, which is for scanning long-form text, and experimental. These allow users to actually specify the activity they're partaking in and fine-tunes Lookout to provide more relevant results. So after selecting a mode, a user will be presented with a live view, which will speak items of importance as they're detected. Next, I'd like to roll just a short video that profiles one of our testers, who's an artist up in San Francisco, and describes the impact that an app like this can have.
My first experience with the Labyrinth was this amazing piece of canvas art that we're being allowed to walk on, kind of in this swirling choreography. I was so excited to experience this new thing. My name is Maya Scott. I'm a theater and art instructor. I was born visually impaired. I kind of see like an impressionist painting. I'm often scooching around, working with my supplies, and they don't always end up where I want them to be. And I can't find the scissors.
Scissors at 12 o'clock.
Both as an artist and a teacher, building a labyrinth was the next step for me, to invite people to have a physical experience with art and not just observe it. Very much in our lives, we're invited to watch or listen instead of witnessing or doing.
Lavender at 12 o'clock.
So that gives you a little idea of the type of experience that Lookout can provide. So when we were building Lookout, we focused on what we call a passive experience. And we imagine users using it by wearing their Android device in a lanyard like this, or perhaps in a shirt pocket. Now, this is a big objective of ours, this passive experience. We don't want to force the user to interrupt the activity they're engaging with. For example, if the user is cooking, they can remain engaged in that activity without having to take out their device and interact with the screen. So while wearing the phone, Lookout provides these useful hints about what the user is holding in front of them. And to facilitate this, we've designed a set of external controls. So as you may have noticed in the video, a user can actually knock on the device to begin recognition, this live recognition that Lookout provides. And they can do other things like cover the camera to pause recognition, or use the fingerprint sensor to change different modes. So let me tell you a little bit about how this works. So first, Lookout will collect live imagery of the scene around the user, and then we'll run a series of machine learning recognizers to detect things like barcodes, detect if people are present, detect objects, and read text in the scene. The next thing we do is score these items based on a personalization model and the mode that the user has chosen. This way, we only speak the relevant and important items to the user. This is important because, as you can imagine, in a standard scene, there could be many things we can detect. However, we only want to tell the user about the important things based on what we know about the context that they're currently in. It's important to note that we do most of this all on the device so that latency is low, and you can actually use this app completely without an internet connection. So that's Lookout, an app for users who are blind and low vision that harnesses the power of machine learning to provide relevant results about physical spaces around them. It's coming to the Play Store for users in the US on Pixel devices very soon this summer. And we'll also start rolling out to trusted testers. So if you'd like to test this app, go to google.com/accessibility and sign up to be a trusted tester. You can come to our sandbox to see a demo as well. So next, I'll hand it over to Maya, who will talk about what we're doing in the cognitive space.
Thank you, Patrick. Hi, I'm Maya Ben-Ari, and I'm a product manager on Android Framework. A year ago, we launched a service called Select to Speak, targeted at users with difficulties of reading. Select to Speak allows users to select text on the screen, and the text will be read aloud. Today, we're happy to announce that we added OCR capability to Select to Speak in camera and picture. This makes text even more accessible. User can simply select text using the camera or in the picture, and the text will be highlighted and read aloud. Now, I want to show you a brief demo. For that, I'm actually going to go off the stage. I'm going to open my camera. Can my camera be shown? Here you go. So this is the live camera view, and this is the regular camera. And I have here the accessibility button. Here in the corner. I'm going to turn it on. And next, I'm going to select the text.
Select to Speak with OCR is available in Android P Beta today. Please try it out.
Thank you. Now, back to the stage, and where's my clicker? Here you go, clicker. So, it's available in Android P Beta today. It's going to come soon to the general beta. We'd love to have your feedback. Now I'm going to talk a bit about Android Framework. And our goal in the Android Accessibility Framework is to help get rid of the assumptions that devices are built on. For example, not all users can interact with the touch screen or with the standard UI, or even hear the sounds that the device is producing. Now, we're supporting this goal in two ways. The first one is we're developing APIs for apps and services to make it easier to support a wide range of audience. And second, we are implementing accessibility features into the framework. Now, I will talk about 3 new API additions to enable developers to make their app more accessible. And the first one is add a pane title. So first, let me start is what is a pane. A pane is a section of the window that is visually distinct for user with, which is visually distinct for user and change it like a window changes. An example of a pane you can see here in the quick setting and the notification shade. Prior to Android P, accessibility services could not easily determine when panes on the screen had been updated. In Android P, we added an attribute called accessibility pane title. Now accessibility services are automatically notified to changes to the pane, so users get more granular information about what has changed with minimal input from app developer. So please do add a title to your pane. The second API is called an accessibility heading. This is an attribute so developer can mark whether something is a heading inside their app. And this is intended for apps with text-heavy views. This will allow TalkBack users who cannot see the screen to navigate more efficiently between different headings inside their app without forced listening to the whole text. And the last API is we add the ability, the last API is for setting what is focusable. And that API is designed to control the grouping of the content. For example, let's say that you have a sports scores, and you want to ensure that the number goes with the team instead of TalkBack reading all the teams and then all the numbers, which can be very confusing for the users who cannot see the screen. Now you can use Screen Reader Focusable to improve how screen readers group the content. And by the way, we're also updating our documentation for accessibility focus and grouping, so please check it out, the accessibility section in developer.android.com. Now I'm going to talk about 3 new additional features coming to the Android framework. The first one is adjust vibration. This is a new setting for users with dexterity issues to adjust the ring and notification vibration and also the touch sensitivity. The second setting is called remove animation, as some users find animation distracting, so we basically just added a new setting to turn those off. And the last feature is a year ago we launched the volume key accessibility shortcut. So basically, to toggle on and off accessibility services, you need to long press for 3 seconds the volume keys. Now, we did 2 changes to that one based on the feedback. The first one, we added new settings that you can toggle on and off, which is color correction and color inversion. And the second one is we reduced the time to activate from 3 seconds to 1 second after the initial activation. In the next section, I'm going to talk about testing for accessibility and its importance for everything that we build into the OS. We see the power of the accessibility services in the app ecosystem, and we want that ecosystem to be as accessible as possible. Now, there are multiple ways to test, including manual testing and automated testing. In general, we found the combination of both could provide you a better coverage for your app. Next, I'm going to cover different testing tools and how those can be integrated to discover accessibility issues. First, let me talk a little bit about manual testing, as this is the most reliable way to understand how your product are used by different users with disabilities. What you need there is you need to turn on TalkBack or switch access with your app, because you want to be in the shoes of the user to feel how it is to run an accessibility service. However, we are aware that manual testing takes time, and you cannot test for every change that you make into the app, and for that we also provide, there is also automated testing. We developed Android Accessibility Testing Framework, also shortly called ATF, to quickly identify common accessibility issues early in the development cycle. ATF is an open source library which we already integrated into Espresso and RoboElectric testing framework, so you can leverage your existing tests to identify accessibility issues. ATF 3.0 is now available on GitHub. Next, we have two automated tools that integrate accessibility testing framework, Play Pre-Launch Report and Accessibility Scanner. In Play Pre-Launch Report, we're making it even easier to get accessibility test results by integrating those directly into the developer console. Now, first, what is Play Pre-Launch Report? This is an automated testing solution which crawls apps on multiple physical devices and detects issues the developer can fix before reaching their end users, including recognizing crashes and performance issues. The tool runs automatically on all APK published to the alpha and beta channel. Now, Play Pre-Launch Report also include accessibility tests. This is yet another example how we integrate our core accessibility testing library. As Play Pre-Launch Report crawls your app, as in this example, this is a cooking app, in each step it will launch accessibility tests, including contrast ratio, touch target size, missing labels, and so on, and the test result will be automatically integrated into the test report. This will provide the developer an opportunity to fix those before their app launches and make their app more accessible. Lastly, I'll mention Accessibility Scanner, which is an app that suggests accessibility improvement for Android apps utilizing accessibility testing framework. And we're very happy that up till today, Accessibility Scanner discovered more than 3.5 million opportunities for improving accessibility in apps, for improving accessibility apps. So big shout out for Accessibility Scanner. A new version of Accessibility Scanner is available today with additional accessibility checks such as traversal order for screen reader and incorrect element type for accessibility. We also improved the UI for contrast suggestion. And finally, we also are allowing changes for threshold for contrast ratio and touch target size. So to download Accessibility Scanner, please go to g.co Accessibility Scanner. To sum up this section, we talked about manual testing and we showed a number of tools to help automate testing. But the most successful projects incorporate both manual testing and automated testing. So please do try out the different tools and do develop a testing strategy for accessibility for your app. Now, another vital piece of the puzzle is to understand the user experience and your user needs. And with that said, I will hand it off to Melissa to talk about user research.
Thank you, Maya. My name is Melissa Barnhart, and I'm a user experience researcher on Android. So now that we've gotten a sneak peek at the accessibility features and services coming in Android P, I'd like to talk about the role of user research in the design and development process. But first, what exactly is user research? User research focuses on understanding user behaviors, needs, and motivations. It is the process of understanding the impact of design on an audience. So as technologists, we may think we know what's best for our users, but oftentimes we don't. The user is truly the expert in their experiences. By seeking to understand user behaviors, needs, and motivations, we start to challenge our assumptions and reshape our perspectives. Why do it? Why do we do user research? You may have heard the stat that 9 out of 10 startups fail, but you may not know that the #1 reason for failure is lack of a market need for a product. So in those situations, people design and develop products, then look for an audience who might be interested in using them. User research advocates for the opposite. By putting users first, you can validate your ideas and inform your product's direction. Hopefully you're thinking, great, but when do I get started? And the short answer is now. User research involves a set of practices that runs along your existing product development cycle, helping you make decisions at each stage. So methods like field studies, interviews, or competitive analysis can help you explore a specific area of technology and uncover opportunity areas. Once you've decided what you want to build and you have a prototype, methods like cognitive walkthroughs, usability tests, or participatory design exercises can help you make important design decisions. And once your product is out in the market, methods like log analysis, diary studies, or surveys can help you evaluate its performance. And if you don't have a lot of time or experience, that's OK. Just take a few hours and talk to a few users. Jacob Nielsen of the Nielsen-Norman Group found that the best results come from small, affordable studies with no more than 5 users. So now I'd like to show you how Android uses user research to improve our accessibility offerings. Let's take the example of TalkBack vibration feedback. TalkBack, the Google screen reader, uses vibration feedback by default. We knew that some people turn this off, and we wanted to know why. Why do some people turn it off while others leave it on? Are there situations where vibration is more or less useful, and does the pattern or intensity of the vibration make a difference? Good research starts with good research questions. Because we were interested in perceptions of vibration feedback, we started with user interviews. We asked screen reader users questions like, do you use vibration feedback? Why or why not? Have you ever turned it off? When did you turn it off? And how would you describe the intensity of vibration on your phone? Is it too high, too low, or just right? After getting a sense of the participants' needs, we prompted them to compare vibration feedback across a range of Android phones. So these tasks added a usability component to our study. And in this research, we validated a real need for vibration feedback. We learned that vibration provides valuable navigational information to visually impaired users, especially in noisy environments when they may not be able to hear spoken feedback on their device. We also learned that the more distinct the vibration pattern, the more useful. Finally, we learned that users wanted the ability to adjust vibration intensity according to their personal preferences. So in Android P, we're giving greater control to the user over vibration feedback. Anyone will be able to go to their accessibility settings and increase, decrease, or disable vibration. And this is just the beginning. We will continue to make improvements in this area as we further research. So now we're going to hand it over to Victor for some final announcements and resources to help you going forward.
All right. Thanks, Melissa, for highlighting the importance of user research in the product decisions we make. Super important, as you have seen already. Well, next, we couldn't just let you go without a few more announcements, could we? First, I'd like to announce that voice access, an accessibility service that helps someone with dexterity issues to use their Android phone completely through their voice, just simply issuing voice commands. Voice access is graduating from beta. After months of user research, development, iterations, we are finally ready to launch it and give it to you. Coming soon this summer with new UI enhancements, a better assistant integration, and by assistant I mean Google Assistant, just to be sure. Coming with Google Assistant UI and more improved interaction overall. So look out for voice access. The next thing I'd like to let you know about is that we decided to package a lot of our accessibility services that you commonly find built into an Android device into a single package we call Android Accessibility Suite. Some of the services include TalkBack Screen Reader for people who are blind and visually impaired, Switch Access, a software that allows people with physical impairments to use their device with just a single button or a single switch, Select to Speak, that Maya just demoed a few minutes ago, and Accessibility Menu that Brian also showcased earlier, and more to come. We hope that with the new Android Accessibility Suite, other accessibility services, not just TalkBack, will be more discoverable in the Play Store, as well as this will become a platform for new future accessibility services we will be developing. But enough about us. I think it's time to talk about you a little bit, right? I think you deserve, guys. You build a lot of the cool stuff, too. Last evening, we announced Google Play Awards. And I just would like to give a shout out to a few amazing developers that have been working on stuff or apps to make our ecosystem better and more accessible. First, our winner is Be My Eyes. Be My Eyes is a cross-platform solution that connects people who need help with people who are willing or excited to give that help. The way this service works is that someone who is blind or who needs help requests it by declaring themselves as a person who needs help, and then people, on the other hand, can sign up as volunteers, and when such help request comes, they get a notification, then they pick up the video link, and then they can help somebody in real time. So Be My Eyes. Check it out on the Play Store. The next one I'd like to mention is the Open Sesame. Now, Open Sesame is already known to some people who have been with us during various Google I/O events and otherwise. The coolness of Open Sesame accessibility solution is that it allows people to control their Android device by just looking at it. It's amazing. So check out Open Sesame, and the link is on the screen. The last but not least, I'd like to mention we really care about game, because while it's an important aspect of computing to be productive and independent, it's just as important to have fun. And so one of our yesterday winners is a company from New Zealand called Audio Game Hub. And what they've created is an experience for anyone to be able to play audio games with their eyes closed. So you only rely on your ears, and then you play all kinds of funky games. You know, I'm not going to name those games. I hope you'll go to the Play Store and check them out for yourself. And I would like to leave you with a few resources. We already mentioned Accessibility Scanner. Please download it. Test with Accessibility Scanner. The website where you can find all of the best accessibility practices for Android development, g.co/Android accessibility. And, of course, user research. And last but not least, of course, we have lots of sessions for you to explore here at the Google I/O. It's a great opportunity for you to meet us, for us to meet you, so that we can together create a more friendly and more accessible and inclusive ecosystem. Thank you for coming here today.
The sound and fury rang through the words the minstrel sang. He pointed to the future dawn. And now I hum a tune.
patients would get regular eye exams and timely treatment. The problem is that people don't get regular eye exams, and so we've been going out and getting images of the retina in order to get a diagnosis to see who is at risk for vision impairment.
And how do you apply machine learning to the problem?
So right now, an ophthalmologist or an eye doctor, optometrist has to look at the image and determine what the level of retinal disease is before a patient can be referred, if they need referral for treatment. So with AI, you can get an immediate grading of what's going on in the retina. So you don't have to wait sometimes an hour, 2 hours, or 2 or 3 days, or even weeks to get a response. You can act immediately for people that need care.
And I imagine this is a scalable thing as well for areas that don't have access to the same medical help.
Right. So vision impairment is expected to increase by 3 times by the year 2050. Wow. So there's just not enough manpower. There's not enough eye doctors in the world to be able to take care of everyone. So this is really the only chance to be able to get the people who need care into treatment, to be able to identify them and make sure that they're able to get treated.
I see. Yeah. What's next after this? What else do you think that you can apply machine learning to for people?
Yeah, so that's really exciting. It looks like AI can see a lot of things in the retina that humans can't. So we're looking to apply it to cardiovascular disease, neurological disease, and a host of other problems that we're hoping, that the algorithm can find out with just a simple retinal image.
Awesome. Jorge, thanks for sharing your story, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hearing my parents playing guitar, that's probably my first memory. When I started learning about how the sound waves are just vibrations in the air, my eyes opened to like a new world. And that's, I think, when it clicked, that I knew I wanted to do engineering.
Daniel had a musical background. That's an important part of working on audio, is you have to have an understanding of the way sound works.
The scientists at Embari wanted to figure out a way to, in any given day, count how many blue whales there were.
So the process involves recording audio from the ocean, but it's too much information for a human to try to look at and listen to.
We were able to turn those sounds to spectrograms, which are just images of what sound looks like, and fed those images into TensorFlow, this machine learning tool.
It allows us to take a mammoth pile of data and distill it into something meaningful.
We can answer a lot of questions about the way we are affecting the marine environment and how we can help conserve it. When I was a kid, I didn't think I was going to be a scientist or an engineer, but knowing that I'll never stop learning makes me feel pretty lucky.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here with Harris, product manager on Android Auto. Hi, Harris.
Hi, Florina.
So tell me, what's new for developers for Android Auto?
So this is a very exciting year. We have all the new sets of the changes in the APIs for media and messaging developers, which is the biggest change that we made in a long while. For the media, what the developers can do is they're going to be able to do content browse forward, which is pretty exciting, and they're going to have a different set of layouts that they can use to actually present their content better to the user. For the messaging, we have new messaging styles, which is going to enable them to do, for example, group chat and a couple of different things. And for all the thousands of developers that we have for Android Auto, that's pretty exciting.
Am I able to already download the apps directly in the car?
Yeah, so actually what we have right now is we're also showcasing the preview of the Play Store Google Assistant in the vehicles. So we've announced today that we're going to be shipping some of these Google services with Volvo, so that's pretty exciting.
That's cool. Anything else that you want to tell us?
No, it's like I would say, it's like keep developing for Android Auto. If you're media messaging apps, we're excited to work with you.
Perfect. Then check out the documentation that we have online and start developing Android apps. Thank you.
Thanks.
This is Florina for I/O Live.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan and I'm standing here with Jorge. Jorge has been applying machine learning to diabetic retinopathy detection. Hi Jorge, thanks for joining us.
Hi, nice to be here.
Okay, let's start with what is diabetic retinopathy?
So diabetic retinopathy is the main cause of blindness among working age adults in the world. And the sad thing is that it's 90% preventable if patients would get regular eye exams and timely treatment. The problem is that people don't get regular eye exams, and so we've been going out and getting images of the retina in order to get a diagnosis to see who is at risk for vision impairment.
And how do you apply machine learning to the problem?
So right now, an ophthalmologist or an eye doctor, optometrist has to look at the image and determine what the level of retinal disease is before a patient can be referred, if they need referral for treatment. So with AI, you can get an immediate grading of what's going on in the retina. So you don't have to wait sometimes an hour, 2 hours, or 2 or 3 days, or even weeks to get a response. You can act immediately for people that need care.
And I imagine this is a scalable thing as well for areas that don't have access to the same medical help.
Right. So vision impairment is expected to increase by 3 times by the year 2050. Wow. And so there's just not enough manpower. There's not enough eye doctors in the world to be able to take care of everyone. So this is really the only chance to be able to get the people who need care into treatment, to be able to identify them and make sure that they're able to get treated.
I see. What's next after this? What else do you think that you can apply machine learning to for people?
Yeah, so that's really exciting. It looks like AI can see a lot of things in the retina that humans can't. So we're looking to apply it to cardiovascular disease, neurological disease, and a host of other problems that we're hoping, that the algorithm can find out with just a simple retinal image.
Awesome. Jorge, thanks for sharing your story, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hearing my parents playing guitar, that's probably my first memory. When I started learning about how sound waves are just vibrations in the air, my eyes opened to like a new world. And that's, I think, when it clicked that I knew I wanted to do engineering.
Daniel had a musical background. That's an important part of working on audio, is you have to have an understanding of the way sound works.
The scientists at Embari wanted to figure out a way to, in any given day, count how many blue whales there were.
So the process involves recording audio from the ocean, but it's too much information for a human to try to look at and listen to.
We were able to turn those sounds to spectrograms, which are just images of what sound looks like, and fed those images into TensorFlow, this machine learning tool.
It allows us to take a mammoth pile of data and distill it into something meaningful.
We can answer a lot of questions about the way we are affecting the marine environment and how we can help conserve it. When I was a kid, I didn't think I was going to be a scientist or an engineer, but knowing that I'll never stop learning makes me feel pretty lucky.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Hello, hello. My name is Francis, and I lead the Firebase product team. Thank you for joining us today. We are so excited to be here. So in this session, we're going to go over an overview of Firebase, highlight what's new since I/O last year, and also talk about ways that Firebase can help you across the different stages of your app development. So when we started Firebase, we had a simple vision to help developers build extraordinary apps. And we've come a long way since the early days of expanding the platform from being a real-time database to a broad app development platform. And while our platform and community have expanded, we remain focused on helping mobile app teams succeed. And we do this by providing a platform to help you solve the key problems across the different stages of app development, from helping you build better and easier with Google infrastructure like Cloud Firestore and functions, to helping you improve the quality of your app with tools and insights like performance monitoring and Crashlytics, and to also help you grow your business with Google Analytics and remote config and alike. So whether you're building a brand new app or looking to extend an existing app, we want to help you solve these key problems so that you can channel more of your energy towards your users and running your business. And as you may have heard from the developer keynote earlier, we've seen incredible momentum over the last year. We now have over 1.2 million apps actively using Firebase every month, including many global partners that you may recognize. We appreciate so many of you are trusting us with your apps, whether you're a sole developer or working in large teams. We're committed to helping developers at companies of all sizes to succeed. So as you may have also heard earlier, we've made a number of updates over last year. In particular, we've released 4 new products, and some of these are built based on our own internal learnings and tools, but most important and most valuable of all, based on your feedback. Now, one of the things that we hear a lot, and is top of mind for many developers, is data privacy, especially with the new GDPR to soon take effect. And so to help developers succeed under the new regulations, we have updated our terms of service to include a data processing and security terms, and have also worked hard to make sure we're ready to meet your compliance needs with many privacy and security standards like ISO, SOC, so that you can feel confident you're building on infrastructure with world-class data security and protection. Now, to hear some about how some of the Firebase products work and see them in action, let's turn it over and hear from some of our partners.
We have over 10 million users and a developer team of only 3. There's no way we could have achieved this scale without Firebase. Sorkit uses Firebase to take care of all our infrastructure, from user sign-in to notifications to our data analytics and pipeline. As our app continues to grow, we're focusing more on stability and performance, and now we're starting to investigate how Firebase can also help us there.
App quality is key. No one wants to use a buggy app with a nice user interface. Crashlytics really saved us a lot of time by surfacing crashes and helping us to pinpoint the root cause. Additionally, it helps us to prioritize. You see how many users are affected, and then you can fix the crash with the most users.
Once you have a stable app, it's time to concentrate on user growth. We did that through linking Firebase with AdWords. Now we're able to run smarter campaigns that drive deeper engagement. We saw a 40% increase in the usage of auto backup, a core feature in the Google Photos app that helps people keep their photos safe.
In mobile games, user retention is one of the toughest problems. When we heard about Firebase predictions, we wanted to see if we could increase retention by targeting the right users. The experiment was a huge success. By serving the in-game promotion to users who were predicted to churn, we saw a 20% gain in retention.
Firebase has been a fantastic partner, giving us scalable, easy-to-use infrastructure.
All the tools we need to make our app stable and high quality.
User insights and smarter campaigns so we can drive engagement.
And it increased user retention, thanks to the power of Google's machine learning.
So thank you to all the partners and all of you using Firebase. So whether you're building infrastructure like SwartKit, or improving app quality like Doodle, or growing product usage and retention like Halfbrick and Google Photos, you can see how Firebase can help you through these different stages of your app lifecycle. So now we're going to switch gears to deep dive and talk about each of these stages in more detail and talk about some of the updates. And to start, I'd like to welcome Alex Dufatel up on stage, our lead product manager, focusing on ways you can use Firebase to build a better app. Alex.
Francis. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. Something that I find wonderful about app development is just how fast our industry evolves. The degree of sophistication of apps today compared to just a few years ago is really staggering. More than ever, building successful apps requires from developers to carefully pick their battles. What do I build versus what do I grab off the shelf are make or break decisions for really anyone in the space, from the startups to the unicorns. And one of Firebase's key goals has been, since its very creation, to empower developers to build better, more successful apps precisely by allowing them to make the best of turnkey serverless infrastructure. And this is something that I experienced firsthand. Before joining Google, I spent 5 years building and growing a startup that was powered by many Firebase products. We built a real-time collaboration app, and initially we built all our sync engine fully in-house. And building that infrastructure was incredibly difficult. And the time we were spending doing this was time we knew would be better spent on focusing on the core user experience of our product. So we searched for a better solution, and that's how we started using the Firebase real-time database. And we essentially started playing around with it, and within a week of prototyping with my team, we fell in love with the product, and we decided to refactor our whole app with the real-time database. And with hindsight, it was one of the best engineering and business decisions that we made as a startup, because it allowed us to go faster, and it helped us focus on the features that matter to our users instead of building infrastructure that essentially wasn't core to our business. And to me, that is what Firebase really is about. Of course, since then, Firebase has become a much broader platform. Firebase developers, too, have evolved. Our community is richer and more diverse than ever. And the typical size of Firebase teams is also growing rapidly. So today, one of our core focuses is to adapt, to make Firebase just as powerful regardless of the size of your team or the scale of your app. That's why we build products like Cloud Firestore or functions that essentially are agnostic to scale. Going forward, you'll also see us invest increasingly in tooling to help you better monitor your infrastructure and test your code, and in assisting you to build more secure apps. So now, let's talk about some of these exciting updates that we have for our Firebase developer tools. 6 months ago, we launched Cloud Firestore, our next-generation database that stores and synchronizes app data at global scale. Cloud Firestore is a NoSQL document database that addresses some of the toughest problems of dealing with app data. Unlike traditional databases, Firestore allows you to access your data directly through client SDKs, removing the need to build a proxy layer between your data and your app. It also allows you to listen to your data as it changes in real time, making building rich interactive apps much, much easier. And also, it automatically caches the results of your queries, so your app essentially works offline out of the box. Now, that's incredibly important because users today expect your apps to work offline, and yet it is still incredibly difficult to build if you're building it from the ground up. Cloud Firestore is also a strongly consistent replicated database. It offers a richer set of queries than its predecessor, the real-time database, and yet all those new queries have the remarkable attribute of scaling with the result set, not the data set. What that means is that you won't be refactoring your app and rebuilding your backend every time you 10x your users. Google is well known for its industry-leading database systems like Bigtable and Megastore and now Spanner. Cloud Firestore builds on that knowledge to give you a powerfully simple database to serve your users around the world. Adoption of Firestore has been amazing. 200,000 databases have been created since October. That's more than one database being created every other minute. And if you've used Cloud Firestore already, it won't come as a surprise to you that a very large portion of these users are also using functions in their workflows. Cloud Functions, which we launched last year, lets you automatically run backend code in response to events triggered by Firebase features and HTTPS requests. Firebase users all over the world are using functions to build deceptively simple workflows. A very interesting use case for us is the Hamilton app, in particular because their usage is so spiky. When they start a new lottery to sell tickets, millions of users connect at the same time, and they get millions of requests in a very short period of time. Cloud Functions automatically scales without needing any human action or intervention. And Hamilton also only pays for the resources they use instead of having to massively over-provision. Last month, we upgraded our SDK with a number of new features based on your feedback. We now have client-side SDKs for calling HTTPS functions. This makes integrating backend functionality into your app much, much easier. We've also added TypeScript support in our tooling, which was a very popular demand. And another big improvement has been the expansion of the ability to unit test your functions before you deploy them, making sure basically that you can catch problem early on before they hit production. We've also added new monitoring tools to Cloud Functions. This makes it easier to test and debug from prototyping to production. You can also keep tab on any errors in your functions and track your functions' performance, latency, and memory usage. When we say that Firebase empowers you to build better apps, we mean more than just scalable infrastructure. We want to help you with tasks that are equally crucial, such as user authentication. Firebase Auth is currently being used by hundreds of thousands of apps and authenticates millions of users. Every day, over 80 million people sign into an app using Firebase authentication. Keep in mind that most apps just keep you signed in, so these are new sign-ins. Last year, partnering with the Digits team from Fabric, we introduced phone authentication, which has seen incredible uptake. And now, we keep working to make sign-in as frictionless as possible. To that end, we just released passwordless sign-in. This allows your users to essentially just click on a button in your app and then click on a link they receive in order to sign in. With no more password to remember, you have one less thing that can cause friction in your sign-up flow. We also keep integrating all these additions into Firebase UI, our open source library providing UI flows for signing in. Firebase UI is available on iOS, on Android, and web, and it's being used to sign in users in tens of thousands of apps across these 3 platforms. As you heard earlier today, machine learning and AI are a huge focus at Google. We feel that machine learning has the potential to unlock so many interesting challenges. And we want to make sure that all developers have easy access to the power of machine learning. That's why we're launching MLKit into beta, bringing the power of machine learning right into your app on Android and iOS. MLKit provides 5 out-of-the-box APIs, including text extraction, face detection, barcode scanning, image labeling, and landmark detection. The Base APIs let you easily build ML-powered experiences without needing extensive background in machine learning. These APIs are both available on device and in the cloud. For those with advanced needs, MLKit also lets you upload your own custom TensorFlow-like models and serves them through Google's powerful global infrastructure. So your app can dynamically retrieve models and evaluate them on device without having to bundle the model with the app binary. To illustrate this with an example, let's take a look at Visco, a partner who integrated with MLKit. Visco is a photo app that enables creators to transform photos with powerful editing presets. With over 130 options, it can be difficult to select the best preset for an image. So using MLKit and a custom model, they were able to build a recommendation feature that automatically recognizes the content of an image in order to suggest the best presets. For example, if the creator edits a portrait, they can automatically recommend ideal portraiture presets. Importantly, all the subject matter recognition is done on device, protecting user privacy. We plan to heavily invest in MLKit over the upcoming months and years. If you'd like to learn more about it, be sure to check out the session about machine learning on mobile devices tomorrow at 3:30. This covers some of the updates of how it's easier to build your app if you use Firebase. If you want to learn more, be sure to check out our session on building planetary scale apps tomorrow at 9:30. And with that, I'll turn the thing over to my teammate Kristen, our PM lead focused on helping you improve app quality.
Thanks, Alex. Good afternoon, everybody. I joined Firebase along with the rest of the Fabric team a year ago. It was a bit of a homecoming in a way, because the goals of Fabric, even back when we launched Crashlytics 6 years ago, were to help developers build their apps, understand their users, and grow their businesses, just like Firebase. The investment that Firebase and Google are making in the developer community is astounding, and I'm excited to be a part of it. A critical part of having a successful app business is having a stable and performant app. We've found through Play Store research studies that 42% of 1-star reviews mention crashes or bugs, while an astounding 73% of 5-star reviews mention speed, design, and usability. Now, the relationship between app quality and customer satisfaction and retention is undeniable. And we think Firebase can help. Over the past year, we've been working to make a number of improvements to our app quality products so that they're ready for the largest and most complex apps out there. Let's take a look at some of these improvements. One of the biggest changes we made over the last year was bringing Crashlytics to the Firebase console, first in beta, then in GA. Crashlytics is our best-in-class crash reporter. And we're excited to share today that it's currently helping app developers keep their apps stable on over 3 billion devices worldwide. We are honored to be able to help so many of you build a better user experience. A couple of months ago, we integrated Crashlytics with Google Analytics for Firebase, so you can see the trail of events leading up to a crash. We call these breadcrumbs. In fact, breadcrumbs is one of the main reasons that our partner WeTransfer decided to try out Firebase Crashlytics when we launched it in beta in October. WeTransfer is a company that helps its users share large files easily so that they can stay in the creative flow while they're working. They have over 40 million active users that share over 1 billion files every month, and it's critical that each one of them goes off without a hitch. Now, the WeTransfer team has a goal, maybe even an obsession, with getting as close to 100% crash-free as possible. Since this isn't always achievable, they have a health metric of 99.5%. And if the app ever dips below that, they stop everything and fix crashes. Breadcrumbs shows them the actions that a particular user takes in a specific session leading up to a crash. This makes debugging so much easier, and the team no longer needs to figure out how to produce the problem themselves, which can be a lengthy and frustrating process. As you can see here, Breadcrumbs has been a game changer for them. And while 100% crash-free is an audacious goal, we're proud that Firebase can help them chase their dream. Another improvement to Crashlytics that we're launching today is an integration with Slack. We want Firebase to work seamlessly with the tools that you already use. Now when there's a crash that's affecting a large percentage of your user base, Firebase will automatically alert your team and a Slack channel of your choosing. We have many more integrations to come, so stay tuned. We're super excited about the future of Crashlytics, so in order to focus our efforts on improving it, we announced a few months ago that we're stopping our support for Firebase crash reporting. The product will continue to be accessible until September, but we encourage you to try out Crashlytics and upgrade to it today. Of course, crashes are important, but an often overlooked but equally important part of your app quality is its performance. At last I/O, we launched Firebase Performance Monitoring, our tool for getting performance insights from your user's perspective. Over the last year, we've battle-tested the SDK, and we're excited to announce that performance monitoring is graduating out of beta today. Along with this announcement comes a few new exciting features. We've heard feedback that there is a lot of useful data in our console. Users can slice and dice by things like country, carrier, and other attributes. But we've also heard that it can be tough to find the most important issues among all of this rich data. Today, we're announcing the addition of the new issues feed, where we do the digging for you. You'll find it at the top of your performance monitoring console dashboard. And there we highlight issues that you should be paying attention to, such as slow app start time or failing network calls. You can also dig into that issue and find the culprit behind it. We're also now collecting more metrics out of the box than ever before. On top of app start time and network requests, we now have data on slow and frozen frames. What's cool here is that we collect this information automatically for every page in your app. Between custom traces that you set up yourself and our out-of-the-box metrics, performance monitoring has your back, helping you understand your user's experience out in the wild. Now, one of our partners, Swiggy, is one of the biggest food delivery services in India. They started using Firebase Performance Monitoring about a year ago. As soon as they dropped the SDK into their app, they realized they had a big problem with app start time. And as we all know, first impressions last forever. Performance monitoring helped them diagnose the issues that were causing the app start time to slow down and monitor those fixes over time. In the end, Swiggy was able to make app start time improvements of 2x on Android and an amazing 12x on iOS. Overall, their customers noticed and were delighted. Also, Swiggy saw a 2.2% increase in daily orders. And these type of increases really matter when you have over 350,000 orders every day. Now, there's one more piece of the puzzle that I'd like to talk about. At Firebase, it's always been vitally important that our products work cross-platform. In that spirit, today we're expanding Firebase Task Lab to include iOS. Now, Task Lab provides you with the physical and virtual devices that allow you to run tests that simulate actual usage environments across a multitude of hardware and OS versions. With the addition of Task Lab for iOS, we help you get your app into a high-quality state on both iOS and Android before you even release it into the App Store. One of our partners, Spotify, goes to great lengths to ensure that each and every one of their users has a great experience when they use their music streaming app. They have a comprehensive set of end-to-end tests that they run every night. And before Firebase, they even built their own homegrown device farm. But over time, they found that it was hard to maintain it and scale it, as well as found that some of the tests would often fail unexpectedly, and they weren't really producing results that they trusted. Spotify decided that they no longer wanted to be in the business of managing a device testing infrastructure, so they turned to Firebase Test Lab. Spotify uses Test Lab's recorded test videos to get immediate insight into where tests fail. Plus, with Firebase Cloud Storage, they have long-term access to test assets in case a regression pops up. Spotify loves the scalability and reliability of Test Lab. And by the sheer number of devices available in Test Lab, they've experienced a 2x increase in testing throughput. Test Lab has given Spotify confidence that their tests will run quickly and reliably so they can stay focused on what's important to their business, bringing the best music to fans around the world. We're excited that Test Lab is now cross-platform, and iOS support will be rolling out over the coming months. If you'd like to get your hands on it early and be an early tester, please go to the Firebase console or go use this URL to get on the waiting list. And if you're curious to check out a physical device lab and want to see it in real life, you can go to our Firebase sandbox over with the other pods out those doors right there. And to hear more about how you can experience the same success that WeTransfer, Swiggy, and Spotify did, we have another talk tomorrow that focuses on app quality at 11:30 on stage 7. As you can see, maintaining a stable app is the first step to improving engagement and growing a meaningful business. But there's more to the story. To hear more about this, I'd like to invite my teammate Nolan to the stage. He's a product lead focused on helping you grow your users and increasing engagement with Firebase.
Thanks so much, Kristen. Good afternoon, everybody. So far, we've talked a lot about how Firebase can help developer teams build apps and improve app quality. But as you get ready to launch your app, there's another important area that mobile app teams focus on: app growth. And this is a problem that's personal to me, because prior to joining Google, I was building consumer mobile apps like many of you. And for one of our apps, Graffiti, we were lucky enough to have a really successful launch. We made it to the front page of Reddit. We had over 1,000 5-star reviews in the first 24 hours. Things were going really great. Until we looked at our analytics and realized that users only used our app for about 10 days and then disappeared forever. So even though we had thousands of new downloads every day, the number of daily active users in our app was not growing at all. We learned that retention and engagement are really hard problems to solve, and that a successful launch by itself doesn't necessarily translate into a successful business. And as we talked to other app teams about how they're solving these problems, we heard one thing consistently repeated about the growth process. It's all about experimentation. You can't afford to rely purely on intuition. Instead, it's much more effective to run an experiment and let data drive product decisions. So with Firebase, we've built products that help you across every stage of the experimentation process. First, you observe what users are doing inside your apps. Then you make a hypothesis about how to improve their behavior with respect to your business goals. Next, you test that hypothesis by trying a new product or marketing experience. And finally, you analyze the user response, and if it's successful, you can roll out the changes to all of your users. And at Firebase, we're building tools that help you scale this process, so you can iterate quickly, launch new features confidently, and ultimately grow your business. Let's take a look at each of these steps and how Firebase makes this easier. It starts with Google Analytics for Firebase, which helps you observe user behavior. Specifically, we help you understand where your users are coming from, what they're engaging with, how often they come back, and how much revenue you're generating. Now, with Firebase, you could always see analytics for each individual app. And last year, we added the ability to see anonymized analytics for individual users, with both debug view and stream view. And now we're excited to give you the ability to level up and see aggregated analytics for all apps in your project. So if you have an iOS version and an Android version of your app, you can now see how daily active users, revenue, and other metrics are trending across your business. This means you can now analyze data on 3 levels, across all your apps, for an individual app, and even an individual user. And this detailed visibility into user behavior is critical, because to drive growth, you'll want to identify trends and find segments of underperforming users to ultimately make a guess on how to improve these metrics. Both Firebase Predictions and Google Analytics help you with this segmentation. So with audiences in Google Analytics, you can segment users based on what they've done in the past. But with Firebase, you have an additional way to segment users, by predicting their future behavior. Instead of looking back on what they've already done, you can ask Firebase Predictions to look forward to see what they're likely to do. Using a combination of audiences and predictions, you can target users to drive a better outcome. Let's take a deeper look at predictions. So Firebase Predictions, which we launched in October, applies Google's expertise in machine learning to the analytics data from your apps. Based on past behavior, it predicts future behavior and forms dynamic user targeting groups. Out of the box, Firebase can predict things like which users will make purchases and which users will churn. But if you're tracking conversion events and analytics, then our machine learning models can begin to predict apps that are events specific to your app, like listening to a song or sharing photos. Since launch, we've made predictions on over 4 billion app users. So Google Analytics and Firebase Predictions give you 2 different ways to segment users that might be underperforming. And Firebase gives you actions to take so you can target these segments and improve the health of your business. You can personalize a product experience with Firebase Remote Config, maybe to help convert a user by incentivizing them to make a purchase, or send a highly relevant message with Firebase Cloud Messaging to bring users back into your app. Let's see how each of these actions is used. So Firebase Remote Config lets you control the behavior and appearance of your app without pushing updates to the App Store. This is really important because we know each new version of your app not only takes days away from valuable engineering resources, but your users also take forever to update their apps. So if you use Remote Config to control things like marketing copy, the size and color of various UI elements, or even the layout and flow of your app, you can quickly tweak these values right in the Firebase console and push updates instantly to your users. Now, another powerful aspect of Remote Config is that it lets you personalize the product based on Google Analytics audiences and Firebase Predictions. Maybe you want to incentivize users who haven't purchased by offering them a discount. Or how about changing the theme of your app to be more receptive to international users? Remote Config was built to provide deeply personalized experiences to keep your users engaged and move them down the conversion funnel. Another action you can use to optimize your business is Firebase Cloud Messaging. Cloud Messaging lets you send the right message to the right users to bring them back into your app and keep them engaged. Whether you're using our API or the console, we give you analytics to see how many messages were sent and how many messages were opened. One common practice is to send messages to users who have not opened your app in some time to improve retention. But with Firebase predictions, we can proactively reach out to users who are predicted to churn. This is a powerful tool because it allows you to intervene before it's too late and gives you the best chance of improving retention. Now, as we mentioned before, whether you're using Firebase Remote Config or cloud messaging, you'll want to test these actions and make sure that they're indeed improving your business before you expose all of your users to them. That's exactly why we built Firebase A/B testing. So A/B testing lets you use data to drive your product decisions. You define the variance and the goal of your experiment, maybe 7-day engagement or revenue, and our system will do all the hard work. From randomly distributing your user base across the experiment to the complex Bayesian analysis to tell you which variant is achieving the best results, A/B testing makes experimentation simple. We even give you the ability to track secondary goals so that you can, for example, ensure that a winner is not only improving revenue, but is also not harming retention. And once you've verified the results, you can roll the experience out to all of your users. So let's take a deeper look at how top publisher Halfbrick used Firebase to grow their app. They were looking for creative ways to increase retention in their game, Dan the Man, using a promotion where users would receive an in-app currency to win prizes that made the game more enjoyable. Initially, they tried using their own churn models, but like most publishers, didn't have the time and resources to dedicate to this. After learning about Firebase predictions, they wanted to see if our churn prediction could drive the results that they were expecting. So using Firebase A/B testing and remote config, they were able to use the console to set up an experiment with 3 groups. A control group where no one received the promotion, another group where users received the promotion after completing level 3, and finally, a group that would only see the promotion if they were predicted to churn. What the system found was a 20% increase in retention rate when showing the promotion to users who were predicted to churn. Really amazing results. So we just saw how Firebase helps with every stage of the experimentation process. Google Analytics lets you observe what users are doing in your app, and it helps you find user segments based on past behavior. While with Firebase predictions, you can find interesting segments based on what they might do in the future. Once you found segments to improve, we let you target those users with various actions. You can personalize the product experience with remote config, or send highly relevant messages to the right users with cloud messaging. And most importantly, you can do this in a safe, low-risk way by using A/B testing, only rolling out experiences to users when the data shows you're achieving the desired results. If you're interested in learning more about how Firebase can help you grow your app, come check out our session right here tomorrow morning at 8:30. And there's a lot of new features coming in Google Analytics, so I encourage you to attend that as well. That'll be 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Now, I'd like to hand it back to Francis to talk about what's next for Firebase.
Thanks, Nolan. I am super excited about the future of app development and the possibilities ahead. Now, as you've seen from some of the updates we just shared, and what you've heard from the developer keynote earlier, across Google, we're working hard to advance the technologies to enable developers like you to shape the future of app development. And the most exciting part for us is what all of you will build. Now, last year, I met a team of developers who built a sign language translation app to help the hearing disabilities to better communicate. It's truly inspiring because not only did it help their quality of lives, but also for the community around them. And it's inspirations like this that motivate all of us in Firebase to work hard in helping you succeed. And so looking forward, looking ahead, we're going to continue to deepen the integrations across Firebase to help you solve these key problems more effectively. Furthermore, we're going to be expanding the integrations across Google, from streamlining the development experience on the web to helping you scale better through Google Cloud Platform and bringing the advancements of ML to help you to do more. Our mission for Firebase is to help you succeed and be the best platform available for everybody in the world. While we've made good progress, we are just getting started. And we draw our motivations and inspirations from all of you. So please share your feedback and help us shape the future of Firebase. On behalf of the Firebase team, I want to say thank you to all of you, and I look forward to meeting many of you out in the sandbox after this or through the online forums. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Niall and with Shaza, and they built an app using TensorFlow. I'm going to talk about it a little. Niall, could you tell me what the app is and how you came up with the idea?
Sure. So the app is actually a plant classification app. You basically take your camera and hold it over a plant leaf. The app then tells you what type of plant it is. It tells you if it's healthy or if it has a disease and what the disease is. And we actually came up with it one day in lunch. So Shaza had been talking about wanting to create an app, and we were brainstorming some ideas, and I thought about my mom, who has had a huge passion for gardening. About a year ago, we ended up moving, and so she had to transport her garden from a big backyard to a tiny little patio in an apartment. Thus, all of her plants were dying. So we ended up making the app and helping her garden flourish.
Awesome. Now, Shaza, what was it like getting started with machine learning?
Hi, Timothy. I got started with machine learning through a TensorFlow code lab called TensorFlow for Poets, and I learned all about how machine learning works and how to use convolutional neural networks on your own data set using the TensorFlow API.
Did you find that challenging?
It was very challenging. It took me a long time to learn because it was my very first programming experience, but it ended up being a really amazing project.
Awesome. Now, what's next? Do you have any ideas for new apps?
Yeah, so I definitely want to do something that has to do with women in third world countries. I have a really close friend who's actually a national leader in the organization Girl Up, and so their topic is just dealing with women in third world countries. So we're definitely working together right now on something to benefit that.
Awesome. Okay, one last question. Do you have any advice for somebody out there who's looking to get started in machine learning or even just computer science?
To someone who's looking to get started in computer science, I would tell them that it's a lot easier than you think, and there are a ton of resources out there if you want to learn about machine learning or artificial intelligence.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. This is I/O Live.
Hi, and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here today with Sasha Preuster, Director of Product of Android TV.
Hi, Florina.
So tell me, Sasha, what's new with Android TV?
Hey, yeah, we have a bunch of stuff that we're excited to talk specifically with developers at Google I/O, because it is a developer conference after all. So we do a lot of talks and sessions here about how TV app developers can actually integrate really well with Android TV. So as you can see on the screen, if I just scroll around a little bit, we want app developers to get their top content and like really beautiful pictures, all the metadata on screen, but we want to make sure it's not only YouTube or HBO that can do that stuff. We want every app developer can do this, right? So we talk a lot about new ways how you can do this integration really nice, what ways we have to help you with this, and basically want to enable developers to have really the best content on the TV and make the content really shine, because we want to help them to make their apps popular, right? And then obviously it's Google I/O, so we're talking about Android P as well. So we have a bunch of new stuff in Android P for users, but also for developers. So some examples for users are we have a very new like fast setup flow that gets you all your favorite apps already when you set up a device. We have features like autofill, where if you have already logged in on some other device, you already get your login credentials on Android TV, so you don't have to clumsily enter passwords with the remote control. No one likes that, right? And then, but also there are cool new platform APIs in Android P, where, for example, with external camera support, so you could start to develop camera apps on TV as well. Yeah, and that's some of the stuff with Android P where you can use the new Android P Preview SDK. It has a TV emulator, and you can get started with that if you want.
So I know last year you launched the Assistant in the US, but I live in London. Can I finally use it in London also?
A very good question. Actually, the international support for the Google Assistant is on Android TV is rolling out as we speak. So specifically the UK and some other European countries rolls out in the next few weeks. But since you mentioned the Assistant, one really cool thing we announced here at Google I/O is our new soundbar project that we did with JBL. It's the JBL link bar that you can see here. And we really like the combination of having a TV device powering your TV screen, but with really awesome sound and a far-field microphone built in, so you don't really need this remote control anymore. You can basically just sit on the sofa and control your TV device or any device connected to the soundbar. So you can ask things like, "Hey Google, what's my agenda today?"
Today, there's only one thing on your calendar. It's at 6 p.m. and its title is Pick Up the Dog.
Yeah, I really shouldn't forget that. But it's really nice. You don't have to get up from the couch, look for the remote control anymore. You just talk to your TV in a very natural way. "Hey Google, go home."
Okay, great, so I can continue losing my remote control. Thanks. Okay, but still, I'm an Android developer, so what can I do practically? Is there some code that I can already write?
Yeah, I mean, you could download the Android P Preview SDK with your emulator, but we know developers want to work with real hardware. So one really cool thing we're announcing here at Google I/O is the ADT2 developer device. It's for those of you who have been developing for Android TV for a while, might remember we had an ADT1 developer device in 2014, launched at Google I/O, and after 4 years we thought it's time to do that again. So it's a neat little Android TV dongle you can connect to your TV. You can sign up for this. We have a sign-up form live, and we are selecting, it's a limited edition device, but we make sure a lot of developers are getting one of those. It's a real cool, small Android TV dongle, voice-enabled remote control, so all the things we've been talking about, content integration, assistant integration for your apps, you can try that all out on the device.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Sasha. So we already have a lot of new things for Android TV, both for developers and for end users. So now all we need to do is check out the developer documentation and also sign up for the dongle. Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you.
This is Florina for I/O Live. To make Android development with Kotlin more clear, pleasant, and idiomatic when working with Android framework classes, we created Android Kotlin extensions, a set of extensions to the framework that cover some of the most commonly used classes like View, Shared Preferences, Canvas, Animator, and others. For now, Android KTX is in preview, and the API is likely to change before reaching the stable version. But here's how to integrate it in your projects to check it out, some examples of usage, and how you can contribute. In the build.gradle file of our app, add the Google repository, if it's not there already, and then add the Android KTX library to your dependencies. Let's start with a simple example. Let's say that we want to create a URI from a string. Normally, you would call URI.parse on the string, but with Android KTX, we can just call toURI on the string. When we want to save a value in Share Preferences, our code will look like this. We edit the preferences, put the value, and then call apply. With the extension, we just need to call edit and pass a lambda block with the action. Under the hood, it actually does the same thing as the previous code. Working with classes from the graphics package, we've added extension functions for some of the most important classes there: Canvas, Bitmap, Path, Color, and others. So let's say that we want to draw the difference between two paths offset downwards by 100 pixels. First, we get the difference of the paths. Then we translate the canvas, and afterwards we draw the new path. All of this code can now be simplified like this. Okay, let's take another example, this time with a view, and say that we want to execute an action before the view is drawn. The default implementation requires us to add an onPreDraw listener, make sure it's removed before the action is triggered, and then trigger the action. With Android KTX, we can just call doOnPreDraw on our view and trigger the action. These are just a few of the extensions available so far. Check out the docs to find out what else we have there. If you want to suggest more ideas for extension functions and you'd like to contribute, check out the Android KTX GitHub project. We're still in preview, the API is not stable yet, so your feedback is valuable and can shape the library. This is just the beginning of Android KTX. We're working on extensions for support library and architecture components. Kotlin on Android is here to stay, and we have big plans for it. Follow us on GitHub, YouTube, and Twitter for more news.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Niall and with Shaza, and they built an app using TensorFlow. I'm going to talk about it a little. Niall, could you tell me what the app is and how you came up with the idea?
Sure. So the app is actually a plant classification app. You basically take your camera and hold it over a plant leaf. The app then tells you what type of plant it is. It tells you if it's healthy or if it has a disease and what the disease is. And we actually came up with it one day in lunch. So Shaza had been talking about wanting to create an app, and we were brainstorming some ideas, and I thought about my mom, who has had a huge passion for gardening. About a year ago, we ended up moving, and so she had to transport her garden from a big backyard to a tiny little patio in an apartment. Thus, all of her plants were dying. So we ended up making the app and helping her garden flourish.
Awesome. Now, Shaza, what was it like getting started with machine learning?
Hi, Timothy. I got started with machine learning through a TensorFlow code lab called TensorFlow for Poets, and I learned all about how machine learning works and how to use convolutional neural networks on your own data set using the TensorFlow API.
Did you find that challenging?
It was very challenging. It took me a long time to learn because it was my very first programming experience, but it ended up being a really amazing project.
Awesome. Now, what's next? Do you have any ideas for new apps?
Yeah, so I definitely want to do something that has to do with women in third world countries. I have a really close friend who's actually a national leader in the organization Girl Up, and so their topic is just dealing with women in third world countries. So we're definitely working together right now on something to benefit that.
Awesome. Okay, one last question. Do you have any advice for somebody out there who's looking to get started in machine learning or even just computer science?
To someone who's looking to get started in computer science, I would tell them that it's a lot easier than you think, and there are a ton of resources out there if you want to learn about machine learning or artificial intelligence.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. This is I/O Live.
Hi, and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here today with Sasha Preuster, Director of Product of Android TV.
Hi, Florina.
So tell me, Sasha, what's new with Android TV?
Hey, yeah, we have a bunch of stuff that we're excited to talk specifically with developers at Google I/O because it is a developer conference after all. So we do a lot of talks and sessions here about how TV app developers can actually integrate really well with Android TV. So as you can see on the screen, if I just scroll around a little bit, we want app developers to get their top content and like really beautiful pictures, all the metadata on screen, but we want to make sure it's not only YouTube or HBO that can do that stuff. We want every app developer can do this, right? So we talk a lot about new ways how you can do this integration really nice, what ways we have to help you with this, and basically want to enable developers to have really the best content on the TV and make the content really shine, because we want to help them to make their apps popular, right? And then obviously it's Google I/O, so we're talking about Android P as well. So we have a bunch of new stuff in Android P for users, but also for developers. So some examples for users are we have a very new like fast setup flow that gets you all your favorite apps already when you set up a device. We have features like autofill, where if you have already logged in on some other device, you already get your login credentials on Android TV, so you don't have to clumsily enter passwords with the remote control. No one likes that, right? But also there are cool new platform APIs in Android P, where, for example, with external camera support, so you could start to develop camera apps on TV as well. Yeah, and that's some of the stuff with Android P where you can use the new Android P Preview SDK. It has a TV emulator, and you can get started with that if you want.
So I know last year you launched the Assistant in the US, but I live in London. Can I finally use it in London also?
A very good question. Actually, the international support for the Google Assistant is on Android TV is rolling out as we speak. So specifically the UK and some other European countries rolls out in the next few weeks. But since you mentioned the Assistant, one really cool thing we announced here at Google I/O is our new soundbar project that we did with JBL. It's the JBL link bar that you can see here. And we really like the combination of having a TV device powering your TV screen, but with really awesome sound and a far-field microphone built in, so you don't really need this remote control anymore. You can basically just sit on the sofa.
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tori.
And I'm Sunil. I'm a product manager on Actions on Google.
I'm a partner technology manager working on Actions on Google.
When we first built this session, we said it was 10 tips for building better actions. Well, when we previewed this talk, the feedback we universally got was more tips. So we're adding 2 more tips.
I'm really excited to be working on Actions in Google because I see this as a next step in the evolution of computer interactions. I remember the first time I typed in a web search and received the list of blue links. It opened up a whole new world of exploration. I also remember when I became fully dependent on my mobile phone, checking directions, the weather, finding friends in a crowd. It really changed the way I lived. And now, with the Assistant and Actions on Google, I'm really excited to see how conversational dialogues really change the way we interact with computers.
And to the text in the back, we lost the monitors up here, so if you can fix that, please. So we want to take us to this next evolution in computing. We are offering the Actions on Google platform. And we're here to show you not only how to be part of the next evolution, but to excel at it. Actions on Google is the developer platform for the Google Assistant. With it, you can provide your products and services via the Assistant. With over 500 million devices running the Assistant, there's a great opportunity for you. We're not here to tell you how to build an action for an assistant from scratch. There are other sessions at I/O covering that. We're here to give you the top 12 tips that all of you can use to build great actions. And when you build great actions, not only do you delight your users, but it opens the doors to get your actions noticed. Throughout this talk, we're going to be mentioning 2 tools. First, the Actions on Google console, or sometimes affectionately known as the console. This is where you create and administer your actions. Second, Dialogflow. This is where you build your conversational actions and includes a lot of the natural language capabilities that are essential for making great actions. Let's dive in. We've bucketed the tips into 3 categories. First, design. This is how you make a great action and avoid some of the common mistakes. Second, enhance. This is how you can make your action stand out. And third, grow. This is how you can get your action to more users.
Having a good design is what delights users. Let's start with 4 common mistakes and solutions to make a great design. Tip 1, make your conversation as simple as possible, but no simpler. Do you know someone who talks too much? Well, an action can too. When users interact, keep it simple. Users don't need every option up front. Guide them to the most used portion, and then make options available if they asked. Now, we're going to act out a conversation. Sunil will be playing the exciting role of an action, and I'll be the user.
Welcome to Sounds of Relaxation. Are you trying to sleep, meditate, cool down, think, or reflect?
Reflect.
Great. We have something for that. Would you like to also include ocean waves, crackling fire, wind blowing, or birds chirping with that?
Sure, birds.
Do you want this for 5 minutes, 30 minutes, or an hour?
30 minutes.
find a nice place to sit or lie down. Are you ready?
Yes.
OK, here's your 30-minute relaxation sounds with birds chirping.
Wow, that was tedious. I'm definitely not in a relaxed state of mind after that. We recommend you keep the conversation simple and get the users quickly to the delight. Let's take a look at another example that keeps the conversation simple.
Hey Google, talk to Headspace.
Great to hear from you again. Which session would you like today? Wake up, take a moment, or unwind?
Unwind.
So it's the end of the day and time to wind down. So just finding a comfortable place.
Much better. Can we go back? And don't autoplay
Hey Google,
it again.
talk to Headspace.
Thanks. They get the user quickly to where they want to go. In a conversational dialogue, we know users drop off each time another question is asked. So the fewer steps to complete a task, the better. Keep your users engaged by avoiding needless banter. Tip 2, add a persona. We want simple conversations, but users also want to feel connected and engaged with your action. Developing a persona or a personality and incorporating it into your action really brings it to life. Take, for example, a pizza restaurant. There are many types of pizza restaurants. There's that upscale brick oven pizzeria, or that New York walk-up where you can grab a quick slice, and the local beachside locals spot. Each one is going to communicate in a different way, and your action can exemplify this. By defining a thorough persona, you can draw users into your action. We'll do some acting again. Sunil will play the pizza action, and I'll be the user.
Hello, what would you like today?
Pizza.
OK, what toppings would you like to add?
Pretty bland, right? It's fine. But I'm not sure we expressed anything about our brand or who we are. Let's try it again.
Cowabunga, dude. What can I get you?
Pizza.
Great. What flavor do you crave?
Maybe we've taken this one a little far, but you get the idea. Our persona is a local surfer. Personality can't be avoided. It's human nature to attach personality to things, and we're hardwired to look for meaning in the things around us. People will attribute a personality with your action regardless of whether you think about it or not. It's better to control the perception and define it. Well-defined personas also increase the emotional connection. This leads to increased usage, retention, and brand loyalty. Things to think about when you're defining your persona is what state is the user going to be in? Are they looking to relax? Are they excited? And based off of that, what role should your agent play? Looking at these attributes, these are a couple different options. The first might be a teacher, someone who's patient and helpful and encouraging. And then a friend might be playful, casual, and silly. Whereas a helper, you're going to want to be attentive and proactive and succinct. We recommend you define the persona at the design phase and then shape your conversation around it. It can make a big difference.
Tip number 3. Users can be unpredictable. They can use products in ways that we don't always expect. In the case of conversational actions, they might say something that you didn't anticipate. Let's try this dialogue. This time, I'll be the user, and Tori will be the action. I'd like an ice cream cone.
Yummy. What size do you want?
A double.
Sorry, What size do you want? Small, medium, or large?
OK, the grammar was not robust. The action didn't understand a common variation of medium. In this case, I said double. Now, I don't know about you, but I've been to ice cream shops, and you can ask for different sizes in different ways. So you want your grammars to be able to handle all of these different common variations that might come up. Let me show you how you can approach this. Using Dialogflow, there's a simple way to do this. First, training phrases. This is where you can include some of the common different ways somebody might say the same phrase. So, for example, can I have a medium? I'll have 2 scoops. A double, please. You can include all of these different phrases in the training phrase section so that the system will understand that users might ask for things in different ways. The second is synonyms. Let's take another example, rain boots. So there are many different ways somebody might say rain boots. It could be gum boots, galoshes, wellies. You can include all of these different kind of synonyms and variations as part of the interface in Dialogflow so that users will be able to give their responses with these kind of variations. But there's another part. The more examples you give, the better Dialogflow can learn from those examples because it does have learning capabilities. And then it can account for, it can learn new ways that the user has expressed these same concepts. So more examples, the better. Let's take a look at an action called timeout that illustrates this. Timeout tells you about events in the United Kingdom. On this first screen, timeout is asking for a day you'd like to go out. The user responds with, I don't know. Instead of asking the user again, timeout recognizes the phrase, I don't know, and gives a helpful response. In the second screen, timeout again asks if I want to go out today, tomorrow, or Saturday. The user responded with, today, tomorrow, or Sunday. The user responded with Saturday. And again, timeout handled it, common variations and things outside of what the prompt asked for. And on the right, the user was being a little clever here, and they asked for something funny. Timeout responded with humor, so kind of like an Easter egg. So these are some of the ways to make your actions more robust. But there's more to conversational excellence. Users can still say unexpected things. And when people talk to each other, if the listener doesn't understand the speaker, they work cooperatively to figure it out. They ask for corrections or rewordings or try to give some hints to help move the conversation forward. Let's take a look at an example here.
When is the event?
Tomorrow.
I don't understand. When is the event?
Wednesday.
I don't understand. When is the event?
Wednesday.
I don't understand. When is the event?
Frustrating, but I'm sure you've heard something like this before when you talk to a computer. This is hopefully not something unfamiliar. The action is repetitive and unhelpful. It gives the same response. It's not noticing that the user is earnestly trying to move the conversation forward. So here's what we recommend. For the initial prompt, you can give that. Now, there's 2 types of errors that you might that we recommend you handle. The first is called no match. This is when the user says something and the action didn't handle it. When this happens, you want to get the user back on track. We recommend the first reprompt to be what's called a rapid reprompt. You give essentially the same response or maybe a slight variation, but don't go too much further than that. And if the user still isn't gives something that you can't handle, here's where we call escalating detail. Make it a little bit more elaborate, perhaps even an example of what something they can say to help move the conversation forward. And after that, stop reprompting. Don't pester the user. We find this sequence works very well. Now, there's another type of error. It's called no input. This means the user didn't say anything, or maybe the system didn't hear what the user said. Perhaps they were thinking about what they wanted to say, or they got confused by the prompt, weren't sure how to respond. Like No Match, we recommend this 3-stage reprompting to help the user along. And with these 6 reprompts, you're well on your way to build a helpful conversational experience that keeps the user on track. Let's see how to code this. In Dialogflow, you create what's called a fallback intent. Then, in your webhook code, you simply create an array with the 3 reprompts, add a counter, and some logic so you return the right prompt. And that's it. Great design delights users and keeps them coming back. Remember, keep your dialogue short. Include a persona. Make robust grammars that handle common variations and synonyms. Handle errors like no match and no input.
So now you have the design basics. Let's make it more fun and personalized. Tip 5, evolve with your user. When you have a follow-up conversation with someone you know, do you introduce yourself again? If you know their address, do you ask it again? Same goes for actions. Be there with help and options when the user needs it, but default to the simplest and most personalized conversation for your user. So here's a horoscope action, Terra Horoscopo. It's in Portuguese, and if you don't speak Portuguese and you don't happen to have Google Translate handy, let me tell you what's happening. The first time the user launches the action, it asks for the horoscope sign. On subsequent launches, it doesn't and simply reuses the previous answer. This is great. Something as simple as that can create a much better experience for your user. Another iteration on this could be when the user invokes the action, you just give them their horoscope right away. There are plenty of examples of good personalization. If you're a food action, you can remember that I'm a vegetarian and focus on those choices. If you're a fitness action, you can remember workouts, sounds, durations that the user likes and use those as the defaults. Now we'll take a look at the code. With the User Info API, you can get the user's name, anonymized user ID, and more. You can use this to know if it's the same user on subsequent invocations. There are also more robust solutions using OAuth for logged-in experiences. So here in the code, you can see we're checking if we've seen the user before. If we haven't, we do the introduction. If we have, we attempt to retrieve the horoscope sign and then continue on with the conversation. What we want you to remember from evolving with the users is 1, get rid of the intro if the user is familiar with it, and 2, become more personalized as you learn about them. Don't keep asking for things that you already know.
We've all heard computer-generated text-to-speech. It's the technology that takes text and converts into speech. And Google offers some really nice text-to-speech. But do you know what's even better? Media. Here's 2 tips for the price of 1 to make your actions sound awesome. First, the Media Response API. This lets you include media clips in your action. Suppose I'm building an action that plays famous speeches. I can call this API to include the actual audio, some images, and with some controls. Let's give it a listen.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
OK, great. Great way to include a little bit of media inside of your action. Using the API is straightforward. Just give the URL to an audio file, titles, some images, and then hand it to Actions on Google to play the rest. It's a great way to bring your audio content to your users. The second way is through SSML. Let's say I'm trying to create a spooky atmosphere for my action. Let's listen to what this sounds like with plain text-to-speech.
Come in. Welcome to the terrifying world of the imagination.
Tori, did that sound creepy?
I'm shaking in my boots.
Okay, didn't convince her. All right, let's try to change it and see how the voice sounds if I manipulate the voice a little bit.
Come in. Welcome to the terrifying world of the imagination.
Spooky now?
You're getting there.
Okay, all right. We slowed the voice down, kind of better, not there yet. Now, let's add some sound effects.
Come in. Welcome to the terrifying world of the imagination.
I like it.
All right, there we go. I got the thumbs up. What a difference. Now we're talking. Now, I'm going to play that for you one more time, but this time I'm going to show you the various tracks that were used to compose this sound. Let's take a look.
Come in. Welcome to the terrifying world of the imagination.
All right, what we did here is use two features of SSML, par and prosody. Prosody lets you fine-tune how the computer speaks by changing the pitch, speaking rate, and volume. Par is something unique to Actions on Google. It lets you play multiple sound layers, including sound effects, background audio, and mix that with your text-to-speech. With that, you can make great sounds in an atmosphere for your action. To further help you make a great audio environment for your sound, we have a sound library with over 1,000 sounds, including ambient sounds, sports, voices, Foley, and many more. We encourage you to include sounds in your actions. Tip number 7, adjust to your device. Earlier at I/O, we mentioned that the assistant is on over 500 million devices. Smart speakers, phones, watches, headphones, Chromebooks, cars, TVs. And with the Assistant SDK, device makers are embedding the assistant in more devices all the time. When designing for multiple devices, there's a spectrum of capabilities to consider. Sometimes it's voice only, like a Google Home. And with new smart screens, there's a mix of visual and touch. Sometimes the same device falls on different parts of the spectrum, depending upon the user's context, like they're driving or the volume is muted. So these are the things you need to take into consideration when designing for these. Let's take an example of a surf report. On a smart speaker like a Google Home, the report needs to be presented with just speech. So in this example, the whole interaction is verbal and through audio. Now that same one on the right is with a screen. Here, the audio or the verbal presentation is abridged, but then now there's a visual presentation that goes along with it. And we encouraged you to use these rich visual presentations on devices with screens. And even on the bottom right, you can see that the choices are presented as suggestion chips, so the user can tap on them instead of having to speak on a device with a screen. And implementing such logic is straightforward, using Surface Capabilities APIs and some conditional logic. Now, there's so much more about this topic. Fortunately, there's a whole talk about it Wednesday at 11:30 called Design Actions for the Google Assistant, Beyond Smart Speakers to Phones and Smart Displays. A great way to see if your actions are working are putting them in the hands of users. But you might want to try things out with a smaller audience before you launch to a bigger audience. Now, we just released a new tool that lets you test with smaller audiences, and there's 2 options with it. You can do an alpha release. Your action goes through a limited review, And this is great to get early feedback on your action. Give it out to a small test group. And one of the other advantages of the alpha releases is that the review process is much shorter, within hours. So that way you can just make a fix, test it with some users, and iterate very, very quickly and get that feedback that you need so that when you're releasing to a larger audience, you've gotten through all the bugs and all the design issues. The second option is doing a beta release. This is intended when you're near feature complete and you have a stable version or a near stable version. Test this with a wider audience. Now, beta goes through the full typical approval for actions, but there's an additional advantage with this. You can control when you take an action from beta to public. So that way, if you're trying to time a release based on your marketing considerations, you can keep it in beta, and then when you're ready for it to go live, flip the switch and make it go live, live to the public. Now, after you've built your action, and tested it and launched it, it's great to see what happened. How many users are coming back? Or how many users are there? How many are coming back? What problems, if any, are they encountering? For traditional metrics like traffic, errors, and retention, there are existing analytics views you can use to see these. You can find the two on the left on the actions on Google Console. Retention, like a cohort analysis, is available through another tool called Chatbase. Chatbase is a tool that you can integrate with your action where you can get deeper conversational analytics. And speaking about some things that are conversational and analytic, let's take a look at something that's particular to conversational analytics. And this is called a session flow. Here you can see the pathways a user takes most often. The green paths are the ones that your action handled. The red paths are not handled. So in this example, book a hotel, when a user says book a hotel, that was handled. But when a user says feedback, it wasn't handled. Now, when we talked about no match errors before in the robust grammars tip, here is where you can see how often these no matches happen and where you can figure out how to prioritize addressing these. Both Dialogflow and Chatbase include a session flow view. And if you need to drill down, you can see transcripts, including the individual steps a user went. So you can see what led up to a potential problem, so you can try to address that. To recap, enhance your actions to take them to the next level and increase the engagement. Personalize it to the user. Add sounds. Account for actions running on different types of devices. For example, some with screens, some not. Test it with smaller audiences, and then when you launch, use the analytics tools here to see what the users are doing.
So now you've built your awesome app. You want to engage your users and reach many more. Tip 10, re-engage your users. During normal interactions with your action, you can ask users to opt in to receive updates using two subscription models. The first is daily updates, where Google pulls an update at a time specified by the user. The second is push notifications, where the action can push updates when appropriate. These notifications work on the phone even if you don't have an Android app installed. And now, with cross-surface notifications coming to the Google Assistant, you'll be able to reach your users on speakers, smart displays, and other Google devices. Here's an example of tube status. This can keep you up to date on your commute conditions. Here is an example of the user configuring the daily update. Here's what it looks like when they're getting the update, as well as a notification when there are severe delays. Great way to re-engage. If you want the user to get daily updates, you can actually set this up using the Actions console. The second way is in your webhook in your code. Here, you create a new register update object. You can put in arguments, here, horoscope sign, and then the frequency. Other examples of daily updates are a tip of the day or a surf report. Now, notifications and updates can be a great way to re-engage with your users, but they can also be really annoying. You have to be careful to make it relevant. So use personalization. Results for the user's favorite club instead of the whole league. Be descriptive. Users will receive the title in the notification, so describe the content they're receiving, and don't just list the name of the action. And third, don't spam your users. Make sure the information is relevant to them, or don't do it. Tip 11, make your action easy to discover. We're working hard to make sure all great actions are discoverable. And there are 3 main ways to get discovered. The first is the Assistant Explorer directory. The second is when the user is talking to the assistant, make sure you come up as an option. And the third is action links, which are hyperlinks to your action, which you can add to any surface. The best way to ensure you're discovered, make it good. We check each action, and the higher the quality, the return rate, health, and ratings, the more likely we'll highlight your action. Follow the design principles in the developer docs to help guide you. We have some great stuff out there. There are also several talks at I/O that will help. Here's the Assistant Explorer directory. It's available on the web at assistant.google.com/explore and in an app in both Android and iOS. The directory is very important because we see that 30% of our third-party actions are getting discovered through it. So when a user is browsing, you want to make sure you get discovered. The first browsing option are contextual suggestions. These relevant suggestions are based on the user's context, such as the time of day or location. The second is dynamic categories. These are things like what's new, what's trending, what's popular, and now we have editorial picks. This is a new feature highlighting high-quality actions through visual campaigns. You now know that high quality is the key to being featured in the Assistant directory. To trigger more naturally in conversation, you use built-in intents. This is currently in preview. It allows actions to trigger for relevant queries that are more general. These built-in intents provide a common taxonomy for actions across all Google surfaces. Google Assistant parses the user query and passes it as structured data so developers don't have to. Using these general intents is much more natural for users. In this way, users don't have to use your action name. A couple examples of built-in intents are tell a joke or start a calming activity. In Dialogflow, you can select the built-in intent you'd like to be associated with, and then add in parameters that can be passed into your action. Today, we're making the first set of these intents available, so you can give the assistant a deeper understanding of what your action can do, and we'll be rolling out hundreds more in the coming months. So the third way to get discovered is action links. They're hyperlinks that point directly into your action. They make your actions discoverable from any platform or surface, and they allow users to engage directly with your action, irrespective of how they found your link. The links can be added anywhere: websites, social campaigns, and more. It's really simple to set up action links. You need to go into the Actions console, publish a URL link, and give it a title, and then share away. A final tip: be helpful everywhere your users are. We're launched in more than 25 locales in 16 languages. We recommend engaging with this global audience as soon as possible. Flixbus is a bus company, and it's available in multiple countries and languages. Here, you can see identical action screens in multiple languages: English, French, and German. And here, we're going to show you how to efficiently localize your action using a third-party localization library. The first thing to do is create a locales directory and a resource file or translation file for each locale. In this example, it's en-us.json. That stands for English, United States. Then, within the file, you create a constant for each string in your action, along with the string. Then, for each additional language, you create a new JSON file and use the same constants, but have translated strings. There are many translation services that can help with this. And then in your webhook, you use the i18n node library to do the hard work. Here, you're going to configure the i18n object. You're going to set the locales you want to support, where the translation files are located, and your default locale. Then, when the conversation starts, you're going to set that specific user's locale in the i18n object. And finally, throughout the conversation, you use these constants instead of conditional statements. This greatly simplifies the complexity of supporting multiple languages. We want to ensure that the work that you have put into designing and enhancing your action pays off. These tips will help ensure you acquire as many users as possible and keep them coming back for more.
There are so many more resources here at I/O to help you build great actions and learn more about these tips. Look for sessions marked for Assistant on the agenda, but let me highlight a few for you. We have sessions that talk about how to design for smart displays, Android, and games. You can learn to enhance your action with transactional capabilities, a persona, and to personalize. And there's sessions on how to set up the alpha and beta releases that we talked about, and then build and grow your user base. Finally, we have office hours and a sandbox where you can talk to members of the team.
My team works with hundreds of partners globally, helping them create better assistive experiences. We've seen a lot of these challenges, and this list is created from what we've learned. We hope that by sharing these 12 tips, we have given you a head start in creating great actions. I look forward to seeing how you innovate in the space and create cool assistive actions. Next. Thank you.
All right, we're done.
Let's build a house. We'll have a backyard.
To understand it at a greater detail of different subscription states, subscriber states, and how you benchmark retention for your app versus other apps as well. You can look at new metrics like average revenue per user. There's new data about the acquisition and user retention funnel. There you can also compare your stats for your app against a benchmark for peer apps that are functionally similar. So all of these things hopefully help developers discover opportunities that can enable them to grow and be successful on Play.
Awesome. So we have the app model. Tell me again the link.
Yeah, so it's the Android app bundle, and you can find it at g.co/Android app bundle.
Okay, perfect. Lots of new things for developers, but also for the business side. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, and have a great I/O.
This is Florina for I/O Live.
We're introducing Android Jetpack, our next generation of components and tools, along with architecture guidance designed to help you accelerate your Android development. You told us it was hard to do backwards compatibility, so we built the support library. You told us it was hard to manage your app as data changes, so we built the architecture components. And we heard you wanted more, so we're building more.
Android Architecture Components gives us a template to write production-ready Android code, which helps us onboard new developers faster.
Jetpack is made up of components in 4 categories: foundation, architecture, behavior, and UI. Each component is individually adoptable and built to maintain backwards compatibility.
Android Architecture Components are very modular, so we're allowed to pick and choose what feature sets we want that are applicable to our app.
Lifecycle-aware observers and observable components allow for a separation of concerns that create testable, robust, high-quality apps.
One of the most important things that we don't have to worry about is what code goes where. So that helps us unit test the view models. It helps us build robust code. We do not have to be lifecycle aware, and just helps the new devs come in and then write a proper modularized production-ready code without having to add all of these extra defensive checks.
It also takes advantage of Kotlin language features that make you more productive. Jetpack manages tedious activities like persistence, background tasks, navigation, and lifecycle management, so you can eliminate boilerplate code and focus on what makes your app great.
Database persistence has been a nightmare for the Android community for years, and Room is a huge improvement. And Room was thought out with testability in mind, so we're able to add test coverage that we weren't able to before on our persistence layer without having to build any infrastructure around that.
With Android Jetpack, we're eliminating whole classes of issues and making your code easier to maintain.
Since Zillow has been using Android Architecture Components, users have been experiencing a lot less bugs in the app.
We'll keep adding new functionality to Jetpack across the entire Android surface. It's easy to get started. You can update your own app at your own speed, and all these components will work on older versions of the platform. Learn more and get started at developer.android.com/jetpack.
Hello and welcome to I.O. Live. I'm Florina Montanesco, your host, and I'm here with Matt Henderson from Google Play. Hello, Matt.
Hi, super excited to be here.
So tell me, what's new in Google Play for developers?
There's tons of new stuff launching this year, broadly speaking in 3 areas. So we've got a whole new format, a new app model that's launching today. We've also got a bunch of new features that help developers to do testing and prevent bugs in their apps. And we also have some features launching today which help developers to manage their business and to grow their business on Play.
Okay, this new app model sounds interesting. Can I hear more about it?
Yeah, so there's really 2 new different things that we're launching within the app model. So one is the Android app bundle, and that's a new format, a publishing format that a developer can use that enables them to reduce the size of their app. With the Android app bundle, makes use of a Play technology, Play dynamic delivery, and together it serves the optimal APK for a user's given device. And so it optimizes for the user's specific CPU architecture of their device. It optimizes for the screen densities. It optimizes for the user's languages that they speak as well. And so by only sending the parts of the bundle that the user actually needs, it means that the APK that goes to the device is a lot smaller, and that in turn enables much better install conversion rates, enables lower uninstall rates, because when the app sizes are too big, users react badly. And so that's something we're launching today that I think is going to be a big win for developers.
So what do I need to do to already use this?
So if you go to g.co/Android app bundle, you can learn more. And there you can learn how to get started. You can make use of the Android Studio 3.2 Canary that is released today. And with that, you can take any app, you can move it to the app bundle format. You don't need to refactor your code. It's very easy and straightforward, and you can learn more at that g.co/Android app bundle.
Cool. And you also mentioned something about testing.
Yeah,
tell me more.
So, you know, as developers, you'll have noticed if you're during the release process, it's a time of risk because you can have bugs going out with a new release. And we have new testing track features that help to reduce that risk. And so you can now use Play Publishing for testing and sending out the APK to up to 100 internal dog food testers. So that's the internal testing track. We also now have multiple testing tracks for closed betas. And then also to help you reduce the bugs in your apps and improve app quality, there's some new features in Android Vitals and new features in the pre-launch report. In Vitals, we have new metrics like app startup time. We've also launched a new overview page in Vitals that draws your attention to anomalies. If some of the Vitals metrics are particularly bad, then it'll highlight those to you so you know which ones to prioritize. With the pre-launch report, so that is the automated crawler that tests apps prior to them going into production. And we've launched some new features today that enable you to reach further into the corners of your app that the crawler might not have otherwise reached. Features like a developer can do record scripts in Android Studio that help the crawler to go into particular parts of the app. Game developers, if you use OpenGL, you can create demo loops that help the pre-launch report crawler to reach different parts of your app as well. And so all these features will mean that once your app hits production, it's been much more scrutinized, eliminating more of these bugs. You know, I mentioned as well, we've got these business features. So developers are increasingly, marketers, product managers, all sorts of roles within the organization are using the Play console, many of them to take advantage of these business features. And we're launching a new app dashboard in the console which summarizes a range of different statistics. It's, I think, much easier at drawing the user into the most important metrics. You can also configure the page now as depending on which ones are priorities for you. And we have some new business stats that we're launching as well. For subscription developers, if you have a subscription model, there's now a more complex view to understand at a greater detail of different subscription states, subscriber states, and how you benchmark retention for your app versus other apps as well. You can look at new metrics like average revenue per user. There's new data about the acquisition and user retention funnel. There you can also compare your stats for your app against a benchmark for peer apps that are functionally similar. So all of these things hopefully help developers discover opportunities that can enable them to grow and be successful on Play.
Awesome. So we have the app model. Tell me again the link.
Yeah, so it's the Android app bundle, and you can find it at g.co/Android app bundle.
Okay, perfect. Lots of new things for developers, but also for the business side. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, and have a great I.O.
This is Florina for I.O. Live.
We're introducing Android Jetpack, our next generation of components and tools, along with architecture guidance designed to help you accelerate your Android development. You told us it was hard to do backwards compatibility, so we built the support library. You told us it was hard to manage your app as data changes, so we built the architecture components. And we heard you wanted more, so we're building more.
Android architecture components gives us a template to write production-ready Android code, which helps us onboard new developers faster.
Jetpack is made up of components in 4 categories: foundation, architecture, behavior, and UI. Each component is individually adoptable and built to maintain backwards compatibility.
Android architecture components are very modular, so we're allowed to pick and choose what feature sets we want that are applicable to our app.
Lifecycle-aware observers and observable components allow for a separation of concerns that create testable, robust, high-quality apps.
One of the most important things that we don't have to worry about is what code goes where. So that helps us unit test the view models. It helps us build robust code. We do not have to be lifecycle aware, and just helps the new devs come in and then write a proper modularized production ready code without having to add all of these extra defensive checks.
It also takes advantage of Kotlin language features that make you more productive. Jetpack manages tedious activities like persistence, background tasks, navigation, and lifecycle management, so you can eliminate boilerplate code and focus on what makes your app great.
Database persistence has been a nightmare for the Android community for years, and Room is a huge improvement. And Room was thought out with testability in mind, so we're able to add test coverage that we weren't able to before on our persistence layer without having to build any infrastructure around that.
With Android Jetpack, we're eliminating whole classes of issues and making your code easier to maintain.
Since Zillow has been using Android architecture components, users have been experiencing a lot less bugs in the app.
We'll keep adding new functionality to Jetpack across the entire Android surface. It's easy to get started. You can update your own app at your own speed, and all these components will work on older versions of the platform. Learn more and get started at developer.android.com/jetpack.
Hi, everyone. My name is Drew Knox. I'm a product manager on Chrome's web platform team. I focus on making the web an easier platform to build on, which is what I'm here today to talk about. So without further ado, let's jump right in. Now, I may be a little biased when I say this, but I think the web is one of the most amazing things humans have ever built. Now, when I say this, I mean the web, not just the internet. Now, to be true, the internet is its own wonder, but the web is an open computing platform that stood the test of time, and that's really humbling to me, right? The web is on every desktop. It's in every user's pocket. It's on our wrists. It's in our homes. But we got there through collaboration and consensus building. We worked across individuals, businesses, even governments to develop a commons that's not owned by anybody, but certainly nurtured by many people along the way. And I don't think there's any other platform like that. So on Chrome, we're really proud to play a leadership role in the web. But it always sits in this context, right? The web's strength stems from that collaboration and openness. So this talk is about something that we're excited to share with the web community. But more than anything, it's about starting a discussion. Because once the web community gets involved, that's really where things start to matter. Now, the web's success carries with it expectations. As technology is increasingly embedded in every part of users' lives, they're expecting more and more from the digital experiences that they interact with. It's not just about the content or service you provide anymore. Everyone is in on the game these days. You need to delight at every point if you want to keep up. And this isn't just a thought experiment. We've seen again and again that people who put the time and effort into delivering on these expectations reap big business rewards. You can't afford to stand still, or someone else is going to grab the opportunity. Now, while requirements are increasing across the board, we see three big areas where user expectations are ramping up rapidly right now. Users want their sites to load instantly. A study found that 53% of users will abandon a site if it takes longer than 3 seconds to load. You could be losing half your customers before they've even seen your site. But delivering these kind of load times is really hard. Chrome's official recommendation is only 5 seconds. We know how hard it is to hit this 3-second target. But the impact of getting these load times down is very real. Internal Chrome data shows that 20% of all mobile Android page loads are abandoned because a site takes too long to load. And that's not a specific page set or anything. That's 20%, 1 out of 5 of all page loads on mobile is abandoned. Now, the next area where user expectations are skyrocketing is the quality of your site's interactions. And user expectations here are really draconian. In order to avoid any negative user perception, you need to respond to every input within 50 milliseconds. And no matter what your site is doing, you need to run animations at 60 frames per second. Now, it's true the quality of your site's design is tougher to nail down than something like loading speeds, but that doesn't make it any less important. As we mentioned in the web keynote earlier today, Pinterest improved their own engagement metrics by 60% when they revamped the quality and performance of their website. And if these issues weren't enough, users increasingly expect your service to be accessible everywhere. That means all of their devices, their phone, their laptop, TV, smart speakers, you name it. But increasingly, it also means across all of their services, things like Facebook or Snapchat. This leaves you delivering increasingly higher quality while supporting an ever-growing matrix of development platforms. So we think that these problems represent 3 big opportunities for the web to go further than simply making things possible. We want the web to actively support you in finding success with these 3 key areas. How quickly does your experience load? How high quality is the design and interaction of your page? And where can users find you? Now, this all might seem daunting, and we certainly have our work cut out ahead of us. But web developers have a leg up on everyone else here. PWAs and the web generally leave us well positioned to embrace these kinds of new user expectations. For example, Book My Show's PWA is 180 times smaller than their iOS app, which makes it much simpler to meet that 3-second load benchmark for first-time users. And in terms of building high-quality UX, new users on Make My Trips PWA convert 3 times as often. And technologies like Service Worker or the purple loading pattern give you unprecedented control over how you deliver your app. Combined with add to home screen and push notifications, this lets you deliver deeply engaging experiences that can load instantly for users. And perhaps most obviously, the web is cross-platform by default, right? And that's been true since the very beginning. Being everywhere is built into the web's DNA. It's just how we do things. So building a PWA and choosing the web is like starting 100 meters down the track. But these technologies, they only make it possible to build incredible pages. And the power and flexibility of the primitives I just mentioned, for a lot of people who just want to get their business out there, they just want to focus on delighting their users, these can be unnecessary. They just make building their site more complex. So we think that the web can do more to make incredible pages easy to build, not just possible. So let's talk about what we're doing to make them easier. To start things off, let's hear from my colleague Stefan about what we're doing to create more options for content delivery.
Hi there. So my name is Stefan. I'm also a product manager on the Chrome platform team. And today, I'd like to talk to you about some standards-based technology that we're very actively working on right now to improve how to deliver content on the web. If you look at this very standard progression of sharing a link with a friend via chat, you get the link through the menu, you paste the link, we provide a nice screenshot of it. But wouldn't it be cool if we could share the actual content rather than merely the link? What we'd like to be able to do is to save the page or potentially a web app, just like what Drew was talking about. This allows for useful new applications, for example, offline PWA installs. What we need is a way to distribute content on the web that doesn't rely solely on it coming from exactly the same place that it was originally published from. Now, as useful as this notion is, we also need to make sure we don't break anything while we're doing all this. So we don't want to break attribution. We don't want to break things like integrity. So in order to do that, we're working on some technologies under the umbrella of web packaging. This is currently being done as part of the IATF standards development process. Web packaging is currently an IATF draft. And we think this collection of technologies and this approach is going to be a very powerful new set of primitives, which allows for simpler loading architecture and potentially very interesting new use cases. So the first step along the way to getting web packaging is this notion of signed exchanges. Signed exchanges provide a way to associate stored content with its origin in a way that's verifiable and secure. A signed exchange is basically an HTTP exchange with a digital signature wrapped around it. It has a number of notable features, one of which is the duration of validity, how long this web package is in fact valid. We want to create a default mechanism that encourages the browser to verify at appropriate intervals that the content is still the most current. If the package has a problem, or if it has a very short content half-life, you want the user not to have stale content. You want to have a guarantee of integrity. So there's a hash in there, which is, again, within the scope of the digital signature. And the hash tells us that the content has not been changed in any way since it left the publisher. And finally, within scope of this signature is also the web origin of the publisher. This is going to come in handy very shortly. Now, in the future, we're still working on it, so there's still stuff that needs to get done. we will also have things called bundled exchanges. Bundled exchanges have all the characteristics of a signed exchange, plus they actually come with all the assets. So it's everything that you wanted with some guarantees about provenance and about integrity. So let's imagine a near future world that has web packaging. Let's say we had, a news aggregator, for example. And let's call it Google Procrastinator. You subscribe to a bunch of content, you have headlines delivered to you when you want to procrastinate, and it all just seems like a very straightforward type of application. Now, for a site like this, there are several facets of web packaging that can serve you very, very well. Now, imagine we have a friend, Dave. Dave is very enthusiastic. Dave is also a bit of a clickbait cannon, so he tends to send us lots of links with very hyperbolic introductions, and so he says, this is a mind-blowing article. Since his success rate is generally pretty good, we're going to click on this link, so when we do, this is what we get. It turns out Dave was right. This was a mind-blowingly popular link, and the originating server collapsed under the load. Now, let's imagine this was a site that you already subscribed to in Procrastinator. Our server, the Procrastinator server, could very well have already downloaded a bundled exchange with all the content that belongs to that page, and it can then display it for you. The site is down or super, super slow, but you're still getting your content because the article, the CSS, the images, it's all coming from the Procrastinator servers as part of the web package. No matter what happens, the content is available, and although this content is served by someone other than the original publisher, you still have the guarantee that it's the same thing that the publisher originally sent out. Now, what happens if we have no connectivity at all? Fortunately, it's open web all the way down. So if there's no connectivity, it turns out we're using a service worker to render this, and the service worker can cache resources, one of which can be the bundled exchange. So despite the fact that the originating blog server doesn't intrinsically support offline, by using these mechanisms, you effectively get offline reading for free, which is incredibly handy when your connectivity fails or you're in an aircraft without Wi-Fi. Now, this is a visualization of a potential future of web packaging, including bundled exchanges, which are a little ways off still. But let me give you a much more concrete example, a much more immediate example as well. Now, when AMP appeared on the scene about 2 years ago, it proved that we could deliver a user-focused, snappy web experience. And if you were at the State of the Web session earlier on, the median load time and display time of an AMP page is still very, very low. One thing that didn't work out so well with AMP was the user confusion caused by seeing a page from a publisher but not having that publisher's URL in the address box. So let's see what happens. In an old pre-world, we look up chocolate chip cookies, we find an AMP page which has the recipe, and if we look in the address bar, it still says google.com/AMP. This is today without web packaging. It's not ideal. So in a world with web packaging, we enter the same query, chocolate chip cookies. We get the same package. In this case, Chrome is telling us web packaging is involved. That's what that blue banner is. We'll tap on the recipe. It's the same thing. It's very responsive. And when we go up into the address bar, it shows Food Network rather than Google. A lot of technology behind the scenes to make this happen, but the user experience is one where there is no longer any confusion, where it's very clear where the content is coming from. At this point, I'd like to give a shout out to our friends at Food Network, who sunk a bunch of time and energy into getting their content ready and working with our tooling to enable this particular demo. So we'd also like you to try this for yourself. It wouldn't be very sporting if we just kept all this to ourselves. So if you are using Chrome Beta or Dev at the moment on Android, there is a flag that you can flip to enable signed HTTP exchanges. The Chrome loading team, which is based in Tokyo, has been doing a ton of work to make this happen. You can try this out on your own. If there is other tooling available to help create some of these sign exchanges, and in combination, once you flip the switch, you'll be able to test it out for yourself and get a better sense of how this technology works. For those of you who are interested in delving even deeper and really understanding the full scope of web packaging, I'd encourage you to take a look at the spec here at this link, and there's probably way more information than you will immediately know what to do with. And with that, back to Drew. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you, Stefan. How's everybody feeling? Good? About halfway through or so, so we'll power through. Now, we just heard about how we're thinking about making loading easier. But let's talk about how we're going to make it easier to build pages that stay fast and responsive after they've loaded. And when I think about what makes this hard on the web today, I think of an overgrown jungle. Now, the web is a 30-year-old platform, and it's focused on backwards compatibility for most of its lifetime. Now, don't get me wrong. This is a huge strength, especially for the stability of your business. But it also means that there's a lot of cruft that we've accumulated along the way. And if we go back to that person who just wants to delight users, they're just trying to get their business out there, if you're just going from point A to point B, there's a lot of best practices and rules of thumb that you need to keep track of to keep your page successful. And this reminds me of board games versus video games. Now, video games track a bunch of rules on your behalf. And this allows them to have far more complex experiences and interactions. On the other hand, with board games, you find yourself spending a lot of time just moving things along, making sure the rules are being followed. What if the web did something similar to video games? What if we could make the platform aware of all these rules and best practices that you keep track of today, and then based on your needs and goals, you can ask the browser to manage any of those automatically on your behalf? Now, before I go any further, there are a lot of tools out there, like Lighthouse, that help track best practices. And these tools will continue to be vital. They can be much more opinionated than the bare platform, which allows them to take you further and give you bigger performance gains. They can also offer more holistic analysis techniques, like the Lighthouse report. But we want developers to be able to jump right in and start building their websites. We don't want them to have to commit to an entire tool chain up front. So we need something that doesn't require any configuration, that catches problems from the first line of code you write. We want something so that when you apply Lighthouse, your very first score is even higher. And to achieve that, we think that the web needs to make these best practices available directly in the platform. Now, we're not just guessing when we say this. Google's own internal JavaScript development framework has best practices baked directly into the platform's API surface. This means things like removing dangerous APIs or prohibiting calling patterns that are performance or security anti-patterns. If you use React, you'll be familiar with something similar of dangerously use inner HTML, right? They try to get you to avoid certain APIs. And we found that these rules make developers more productive because they catch errors earlier. They also improve the security of our sites. We found that when we turn these rules on, we reduce cross-site scripting vulnerabilities in flagship Google products by over 75%. So we're eager today to start a discussion with the rest of the web community. What are the best practices that make the most sense for the web? And what's the best way to build them into the web's platform? And we think feature policy is going to play a big role here. Feature policy, for those who don't know, is a cross-browser standard that's currently implemented in Chrome with positive signals from other browsers. Feature policy allows the browser to express features of the web as a configurable policy. This introduces an allow attribute, where we as the developer can specify what features Chrome should disable. A concrete example shown here is disallow sync XHR, which is available in Chrome today. You can see it used on an iframe here, but you could also specify this policy site-wide with a request header. But essentially what's happening is by enabling the sync XHR policy, anyone who tries to use the synchronous XHR request will immediately get an error. Even that new hire who's still learning the ropes and doesn't really know that synchronous network access is kind of old school. Now, we want to go further than this, though. We don't just want to turn off APIs. That's only half the battle. We want to create policies that allow you to control more abstract best practices. Things like images must have sizes, or don't render content that's more than 3 window heights off screen. And we think there are 3 areas that will be a good fit for this. The first area that we think there's a lot of opportunity is images. A survey of 1,000 sites found that 25% could save 250 kilobytes just with straightforward image optimization techniques. On median network connections, that's about 5 seconds of load time. That's 5 seconds you could get back with essentially no extra development work. So we want to make it easier to find these kind of low-hanging fruit and to tackle them incrementally. So we have 4 policies that we've been working on recently. The first requires all images to have sizes. This prevents the user experience from jumping around as new images load and resize the page, because the browser knows ahead of time how big those images are going to be. Next, we have a policy that requires modern image formats. This makes sure you can take advantage of the fast decoding and high compression rates of modern images. Next, we have a policy that prevents image downscaling. So it can help you avoid things like loading a desktop image on a mobile device. And finally, we have a policy that detects poorly compressed images, highlighting them to you for further optimization. Now, with each of these policies, what happens when an image violates the policy is that Chrome renders it in inverted colors. So as you're testing your site and as you're looking at what's going on, you can immediately see those images that need further attention. And we're still refining the exact shape of these APIs and figuring out the best way to bake these policies into the platform so that they're useful to you. But we're eager for feedback, and so we have a few policies available in Chrome flags. If you go turn on the experimental productivity features flag, you can get access to explicit image sizes and modern image formats today, with the other 2 I mentioned coming soon. And the next big area for improvement is reducing payload size of websites. Oftentimes, a big site payload is something that accrues slowly over time. There's not just one massive resource. We wanted to help infrastructure teams set budgets that they could enforce across their website automatically, so that as each little regression came in, they could catch it and prevent it before they needed to do a full site redesign. So similar to feature policy, we're introducing something called size policy, which creates an attribute that allows you to limit the size of each individual resource type. You can say things like, images should never be larger than 100 kilobytes, or JavaScript files should be smaller than 2 kilobytes. Now, the specificity of these policies allows you to track down individual regressions as they're committed. But the per-resource flexibility means that you can set whatever policies make the most sense for your site. If you're a multimedia site, you're obviously going to set bigger policies than a news site. And the last area that I want to talk about today is animations. We want to give developers the ability to specify which properties are safe to animate. Now, as site requirements and browser implementations evolve, you can fine-tune which properties you want to allow. But as a proof of concept to show here today, we have a policy that only allows accelerated animations, like transform and opacity. These animations can run smoothly no matter what's going on for the rest of your site. Now, like I mentioned before, this policy is available behind the same experimental productivity features flag. OK, so I just ran through a bunch of different policies. If you're interested, you can try them behind a flag, like I mentioned. But you can also go to this link to find more precise API documentation and information on how to start using these policies in your development environment today. And what really excites me is because these features give most of their value at development time, you can start using them and experiencing them even though they're behind a flag. You just turn them on while you're developing. But most important is that we want to start hearing feedback on what use cases we're missing and which policies are the most exciting. So please go to the GitHub repo, file issues, express support for what matters most to you. All right, now automatically tracking best practices is only part of the battle. Another problem is that the web comes with a lot of assembly required. Now, this is great for those of us who want to experiment and push the platform to its limits. But again, going back to that person who's just trying to get from point A to point B, it makes things really difficult if you have to build everything yourself or find that perfect library from a third party. And it's even harder when you think about trying to keep the size of your site payload small. But traditionally, the platform has shied away from building high-level productivity features like this because they're easy to get wrong. Anyone who knows about app cache will probably agree. And they increase the cost of the runtime even for pages that aren't using the API, right? Everything is global on the web. But we think that there's a way to provide more of these high-level features while avoiding these problems. And we're calling the idea layered APIs. Now, as a brief aside, it turns out that JavaScript modules provide a pretty good set of characteristics for solving this problem. The features and the modules are imported, so you only pay a cost for what you use. And JavaScript has no special privileges. So if an API doesn't fit your needs, you're not left with nothing else to use. You can just dig in and build something that works for your use case. Anything the module could do, you could do too. It's really just there for your convenience. So layered APIs are just ordinary web platform features, like a div or IndexedDB. But they have one really important twist, and that's that they have to share the same discipline as a JavaScript module. They must be imported, and they can't do anything that plain vanilla JavaScript couldn't do. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they'll be implemented in JavaScript, but they behave identically. So instead of specifying a remote URL, you specify a standard platform identifier, but using the same module import syntax. It just loads a feature shipped with the browser. Now, layered APIs, because they only do what JavaScript could do, they are easy to polyfill right out of the gate, which is why we're including a fallback syntax baked in. So on browsers that don't support the layered API, you get graceful degradation without having to worry about feature detection or doing anything special. It just works the same. But on browsers that do support a given layered API, there's no data to load off the network. It's like a standard lib, but for the web. Now, this is an area that we are actively exploring. So we've built two prototypes for layered APIs. An infinite list component that we're calling virtual list, and an async local storage API. You can turn these on using that same experimental productivity features flag I mentioned for policies. Speaking of turning things on, we tried building something with these ourselves. So for any of you who've tried to take a look at the HTML spec page, which admittedly might be a small group, it's huge. It takes a long time to load, and you're frequently staring at a white screen as you try to scroll, because it's loading a lot of text all at once. So you can see here on the left the normal HTML spec page. And then on the right, using the virtual list layered API to incrementally load content as we go. You can see that it loads much more smoothly, right? We don't see these white screens as often. What we're getting here is a modern, incremental loading, view recycling, infinite list implementation. And it didn't require loading a third-party library or writing any custom code. This worked right out of the box. Now, again, this is just a prototype to vet the concept. We're eager to keep working with browsers and the web community to understand layered APIs generally and the specific shape of these APIs. But key to that process is feedback from you. So take a look at this link if you want to find out more about layered APIs, and try them for yourself with the experimental productivity features flag. Just make sure to provide feedback in the GitHub repo to help us evolve this in the best way forward. OK, the last topic that we mentioned was getting your content everywhere. So here on Chrome's web platform team, we want to make it easy for you to author one definitive experience. We want it to be portable, high quality, interactive, even if a user comes to that experience from somewhere other than your top-level URL. And we want to make it easy for other services to embed that content and all of its interactivity while preserving users' privacy. Web packaging is a key first step here, right? The signed exchange allows you to make sure that all resources are attributed to your site. So they use your cookies, they use any storage partition you've set up. And they also allow you to eventually bundle all your resources into one easily shareable package. But we want to go even further than that. We want to allow different sites and authors to move seamlessly between one another. This means things like fluid animations from one page to another, even if they're separate domains. And it means moving from an embedded interaction to a full-page experience without losing any state of a user's interactions while you are embedded. Now, designs here are still evolving. So if this sounds a bit vague, you're not alone. Think of this as a sneak peek or a call to get in on the action. We have a proposal, and we are interested in starting a discussion around it, but we need to hear others' thoughts before we really know what it's going to look like. So if you're interested in how we build something between an iframe and a link, something that sits in that middle ground, go to the link here and join the discussion. So instant loading, high-quality design and interactions, getting your content everywhere. These things are quickly going to become table stakes for successful web experiences. But we want to make it easy to make this transition. We want to make it easy for you to find success with the web. So this is really just the beginning of how we can make user experiences more seamless, how we can foster content discovery and composition while making it increasingly easy to build these experiences. So if you take two things away today, the first is turn on the experimental productivity features flag and start playing with some of the things we've mentioned. And send all of your feedback to the GitHub repos that I linked in the slides. If you have any questions, Stefan and I will be in the web sandbox after the talk, so you can come up and ask us anything. Thank you very much.
Site is, let's go and fix it, or how good it is actually, and give me a raise. So yeah, that's our Lighthouse, our page speed. We've got a numerous range of different tools, and like this whole area is about trying to show you kind of what goes where and how to use it and when.
This is awesome, Paul. And I have to admit, I was kind of expecting the hundreds across the board.
Yeah, I know Dion said the same as well, and he's going to have words with me later on. So.
Thank you so much for showing this.
Thank you very much.
All right, if you want to see more videos just like this, remember to head on over to g.co/io/guide. I'm Timothy Jordan. I'll see you in the next one.
If you're still using console.log to find and fix JavaScript issues, you might be spending more time debugging than you need to. This tutorial shows you how to make the most of Chrome DevTools so that you can debug your JavaScript as quickly as possible. I'm going to use this buggy demo here to demonstrate all of the debugging tools in DevTools. I recommend that you open up this demo yourself and follow along with each step. The link is in the description. Whatever issue you're debugging, you always want to start by reproducing the issue. You want to find a series of actions that consistently reproduces the bug. In this demo, when I add 5 and 1, the result down here at the bottom is 51. Obviously, that should be 6. This is the bug that I need to track down. At this point, you might be tempted to use console.log to infer where the code is going wrong. Sure, it may get the job done, but it's rather inefficient. First, you have to find the relevant code, which could take a while in a big code base. Then you have to sprinkle console.log statements throughout the code. Then you got to reload the page and look at the logs. But maybe the logs didn't give you all the information you need, so you got to go back and add more logs, and so on. With DevTools, you can pause the code in the middle of its execution, inspect the variables that are in scope at that moment in time, and walk through your code one line at a time. Open DevTools by pressing Command-Option-J on Mac or Control-Shift-J on Windows and Linux. Then click the Sources tab. The Sources panel is where you debug JavaScript. It has three main parts. At the top left here is the File Navigator pane, where you can inspect the files that the page uses. After clicking on a file, you can see the contents of it here in the Code Editor pane. And down here is the JavaScript debugging pane, which you'll learn more about shortly. Note that when your DevTools window is wide, the JavaScript debugging pane moves to the right. If you take a step back and think about how the app works, it's probably safe to guess that the incorrect sum gets computed in the click event listener that's associated to the button. Therefore, you want to pause the code right when the event listener executes. Event listener breakpoints let you do exactly that. Expand the event listener breakpoints section, then expand the mouse category, then check the click checkbox. DevTools now pauses on the first line of any click event listener that executes. Back in the demo, click the button again, and DevTools pauses on the first line of this onClick function. The blue highlight indicates what line of code you're currently paused on. If you're paused on a different line of code, press Resume Script Execution until you're paused on the correct line. You paused on the wrong line because you have a Chrome extension which registers click event listeners on every page that you visit. If you try the workflow I'm describing in an incognito window, you can see that you always pause on the correct line of code. Event listener breakpoints are just one type of breakpoint. DevTools offers many other types. For example, you can set a breakpoint on a specific line of code, or when a DOM node changes, or when an exception gets thrown, and so on. After this tutorial, I recommend checking out our breakpoints guide, which teaches you when and how to use each type. The link to that guide is in the description too. I'm paused in the click listener, and now I want to execute the code one line at a time. The code stepping controls right here let you do that. Click the Step into Next function call button to investigate a function further. For example, when I step into the inputs are empty function, it jumps me to the first line of that function. When I'm confident that a function is working as expected, I can click the Step over Next function call button. The function executes, but I don't walk through it line by line. For example, if I clicked Step into Next function call, this line here would be highlighted blue, meaning this is where I'm currently paused. But when I click Step over Next function call, the function executes to completion and I pause on the next line of the function that I'm currently stepping through. Last, suppose I'm stepping through a function and I realize it's not relevant to my bug. In that case, I can press Step out of current function and DevTools executes the rest of the function. If this doesn't make complete sense right now, I recommend creating a snippet, which is a little block of JavaScript code that you can execute at any time. Set a breakpoint in your snippet and play around with the code stepping controls yourself in order to understand how they all work. Back in the script, I can tell that the bug is probably somewhere in the update label function. Rather than stepping through a bunch of irrelevant code, I can set a line of code breakpoint right around where the bug probably occurs. To do that, I just click the line number next to the code. This blue icon indicates that there's a breakpoint on this line. When I press Resume Script Execution, DevTools runs all the code up until that line, and then pauses before that line executes. Over here in the JavaScript debugging pane, I can see the call stack that caused this code to execute. I can click on the functions to see where each one got called. The scope section shows me all of the local and global variables that are currently defined at this moment in time. I can click on values to edit them, but I'm not going to do that right now. However, when I look at these values, they look suspicious. They're wrapped in double quotes, which means that they're strings. This could be the cause of the bug. I'm going to investigate this further over in the Watch Expressions section. Here I can watch the values of variables over time. You can store any valid JavaScript expression here. For example, I click Add Expression, then type of sum, then press Enter, and I can now see the value of that expression. As I suspected, sum is a string when it should be an integer. Now I'm going to open up the console to test out a potential fix for the bug. When I'm paused on a line of code, the console has access to all the variables that are currently in scope. For example, when I evaluate addend1, it returns 5. I think I can fix this bug by converting the addend1 and addend2 variables to integers before adding them. So let me try that now. Yep, that fixes it. I can verify that this change fixes the bug by editing the code directly from DevTools. First, I'll resume script execution, then make my change. To save the change, I press Command-S on Mac or Control-S on Windows and Linux. Then I click Deactivate Breakpoints so that I can test out the app without triggering the breakpoints I've set. Now the app sums up numbers as expected. All right, you now have an excellent foundation in how to effectively debug JavaScript using DevTools. From here, I recommend learning about all of the breakpoints that DevTools has to offer, as I mentioned before. We also have a JavaScript debugging reference where you can learn about literally every feature related to debugging in DevTools. Links to both are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy bug hunting.
Hello from IO Live. I'm Florina Montanesco, and I'm here with Ankit, the product manager at Google Pay. Hi, Ankit.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So, what's Google Pay?
So Google Pay is our payment solution for both online and in-store. Google has hundreds of millions of credit cards on file, from Chrome, when users autofill in Chrome through Google Pay, when users pay on the Google Store, YouTube, Play. We're bringing the power of all of those cards that we have to stores, both in physical stores and in online stores.
Okay, so how about merchants that have an omni-channel?
Yeah, so we enable a variety of experiences. So online, for example, we allow you to have a Google Pay button that enables a one-click checkout with any of these credit cards on file. In store, we allow you to accept payments through NFC. We have a set of loyalty solutions, so we can help you enroll users in your loyalty program, make sure loyalty is conveyed at the point of checkout. And then today, we're also announcing, like a good mobile wallet, we're supporting other items that users have in their wallet, so boarding passes, event tickets, offers, that sort of thing. If you are an omni-channel merchant, we're happy to work with you. We enable it. One of the demos that we have today showcases this very well. We have an experience that we've built with Oak Labs and Dot-Dash Pay. It's a smart mirror. You walk into the dressing room with your items, the mirrors will detect it. We then enable a one-tap checkout with your phone. Your loyalty is conveyed, as is your payment credentials. And then after that, you're rewarded with an online offer that you can then use on their online stores. And so this is an example of how we can bring users back to the merchant after having an in-store experience.
Okay, sounds great. I'm a developer, so how do I get started with it?
Yeah, we provide a suite of APIs. It's with just a few lines of code. We enable you to add a buy with Google Pay button, or a Google Pay button for your website. We also have APIs that allow you to accept loyalty or allow you to help get users enrolled in your loyalty program, and you can learn about those at pay.google.com.
Okay, so check out pay.google.com and get started with Google Pay. Thank you, Ankit.
Thank you.
I'm Florina from IO Live.
Hey everyone, we're now at the Web Sandbox, and we're going to talk to Paul about Lighthouse. Now, you may remember Lighthouse gives you actionable advice for improving your websites. Paul, come on over here and show us what this is all about.
How you doing? Yeah, so this is our Lighthouse, real world Lighthouse that we've got as well. So Lighthouse is our tool that helps developers actually fix the problems on their sites. So we open up Chrome, run DevTools, and then we just inspect a whole bunch of the tools that we've got, or the problems on the page, and give developers actionable advice. But the problem that we've got is that we've got a lot of different tools. So this is our actual central place to try and unify Google's performance, informational, architectural tooling story as well. So should we give it a demo?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, cool. So here we go. I'll use my site because it's probably the best, and I like people to go to my site. So what happens? We're going to enter the URL, and so basically developers at the event are going to be able to come up, put their URL in, and then get actual real-world feedback about how to improve their site. So we press go, and it goes off. It runs Lighthouse, it runs PageSpeed, and also web page test. And we've also got a number of other different tools as well, which we're not kind of automating today because it's a little bit too much. But we want to give developers an idea of what's happening. So the first one's already come through, the PageSpeed Insight score. So the general mobileness is good. I'm 99 out of 100. And then the Lighthouse scores have also come through as well. So I'm doing well in performance, progressive web appness. I'm not doing very well in accessibility. I need to fix that. And my SEO is pretty poor as well. And then if you want a little bit more detail, we've got the view report button as well, which will give you a full detailed report that you can go and send back to your manager and tell them, like, you know, everyone's just seen how poor our site is. Let's go and fix it, or how good it is actually, and give me a raise. So yeah, that's our Lighthouse, our page speed. We've got a numerous range of different tools, and like this whole area is about trying to show you kind of what goes where and how to use it and when.
This is awesome, Paul. And I have to admit, I was kind of expecting the hundreds across the board.
Yeah, I know Dion said the same as well, and he's going to have words with me later on. So.
Thank you so much for showing this.
Thank you very much.
All right, if you want to see more videos just like this, remember to head on over to g.co/io/guide. I'm Timothy Jordan. I'll see you in the next one.
If you're still using console.log to find and fix JavaScript issues, you might be spending more time debugging than you need to. This tutorial shows you how to make the most of Chrome DevTools so that you can debug your JavaScript as quickly as possible. I'm going to use this buggy demo here to demonstrate all of the debugging tools in DevTools. I recommend that you open up this demo yourself and follow along with each step. The link is in the description. Whatever issue you're debugging, you always want to start by reproducing the issue. You want to find a series of actions that consistently reproduces the bug. In this demo, when I add 5 and 1, the result down here at the bottom is 51. Obviously, that should be 6. This is the bug that I need to track down. At this point, you might be tempted to use console.log to infer where the code is going wrong. Sure, it may get the job done, but it's rather inefficient. First, you have to find the relevant code, which could take a while in a big code base. Then you have to sprinkle console.log statements throughout the code. Then you got to reload the page and look at the logs. But maybe the logs didn't give you all the information you need, so you got to go back and add more logs, and so on. With DevTools, you can pause the code in the middle of its execution, inspect the variables that are in scope at that moment in time, and walk through your code one line at a time. Open DevTools by pressing Command-Option-J on Mac or Control-Shift-J on Windows and Linux. Then click the Sources tab. The Sources panel is where you debug JavaScript. It has 3 main parts. At the top left here is the File Navigator pane, where you can inspect the files that the page uses. After clicking on a file, you can see the contents of it here in the Code Editor pane. And down here is the JavaScript debugging pane, which you'll learn more about shortly. Note that when your DevTools window is wide, the JavaScript debugging pane moves to the right. If you take a step back and think about how the app works, it's probably safe to guess that the incorrect sum gets computed in the click event listener that's associated to the button. Therefore, you want to pause the code right when the event listener executes. Event listener breakpoints let you do exactly that. Expand the event listener breakpoints section, then expand the mouse category, then check the click checkbox. DevTools now pauses on the first line of any click event listener that executes. Back in the demo, click the button again, and DevTools pauses on the first line of this onClick function. The blue highlight indicates what line of code you're currently paused on. If you're paused on a different line of code, press Resume Script Execution until you're paused on the correct line. You paused on the wrong line because you have a Chrome extension which registers click event listeners on every page that you visit. If you try the workflow I'm describing in an incognito window, you can see that you always pause on the correct line of code. Event listener breakpoints are just one type of breakpoint. DevTools offers many other types. For example, you can set a breakpoint on a specific line of code, or when a DOM node changes, or when an exception gets thrown, and so on. After this tutorial, I recommend checking out our breakpoints guide, which teaches you when and how to use each type. The link to that guide is in the description too. I'm paused in the click listener, and now I want to execute the code one line at a time. The code stepping controls right here let you do that. Click the Step into Next function call button to investigate a function further. For example, when I step into the inputs are empty function, it jumps me to the first line of that function. When I'm confident that a function is working as expected, I can click the Step over Next function call button. The function executes, but I don't walk through it line by line. For example, if I clicked Step into Next function call, this line here would be highlighted blue, meaning this is where I'm currently paused. But when I click Step over Next function call, the function executes to completion, and I pause on the next line of the function that I'm currently stepping through. Last, suppose I'm stepping through a function and I realize it's not relevant to my bug. In that case, I can press Step out of current function and DevTools executes the rest of the function. If this doesn't make complete sense right now, I recommend creating a snippet, which is a little block of JavaScript code that you can execute at any time. Set a breakpoint in your snippet and play around with the code stepping controls yourself in order to understand how they all work. Back in the script, I can tell that the bug is probably somewhere in the update label function. Rather than stepping through a bunch of irrelevant code, I can set a line of code breakpoint right around where the bug probably occurs. To do that, I just click the line number next to the code. This blue icon indicates that there's a breakpoint on this line. When I press Resume Script Execution, DevTools runs all the code up until that line, and then pauses before that line executes. Over here in the JavaScript debugging pane, I can see the call stack that caused this code to execute. I can click on the functions to see where each one got called. The scope section shows me all of the local and global variables that are currently defined at this moment in time. I can click on values to edit them, but I'm not going to do that right now. However, when I look at these values, they look suspicious. They're wrapped in double quotes, which means that they're strings. This could be the cause of the bug. I'm going to investigate this further over in the watch expressions section. Here I can watch the values of variables over time. You can store any valid JavaScript expression here. For example, I click add expression, then type of sum, then press enter, and I can now see the value of that expression. As I suspected, sum is a string when it should be an integer. Now I'm going to open up the console to test out a potential fix for the bug. When I'm paused on a line of code, the console has access to all the variables that are currently in scope. For example, when I evaluate addend1, it returns 5. I think I can fix this bug by converting the addend1 and addend2 variables to integers before adding them. So let me try that now. Yep, that fixes it. I can verify that this change fixes the bug by editing the code directly from DevTools. First, I'll resume script execution, then make my change. To save the change, I press Command S on Mac or Control S on Windows and Linux. Then I click Deactivate Breakpoints so that I can test out the app without triggering the breakpoints I've set. Now the app sums up numbers as expected. All right, you now have an excellent foundation in how to effectively debug JavaScript using DevTools. From here, I recommend learning about all of the breakpoints that DevTools has to offer, as I mentioned before. We also have a JavaScript debugging reference where you can learn about literally every feature related to debugging in DevTools. Links to both are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy bug hunting.
I'm hoping, waiting, wishing on a star. I'm dreaming about tomorrow with all my heart. Don't try to tell me that all this is wasted. Nothing is crazy, we're just hard-headed. Broken ain't nothing. If you're fighting something, try to admit it, or you scared of committing. So cut me loose and let me go my way. I don't wanna wash away. I don't wanna wash away. Just wanna hear them scream.
Thanks for joining us. Here are the links to more information about the stuff we covered today, and please take a minute to fill out that evaluation form.
Yeah, the feedback's good. I'm glad you got it in there.
All right, cool. Then we just say thanks, and we're done.
Sounds good.
And I think we're actually ready for this.
I feel ready.
All right, I'm a little bit tired though. Like, it's been a long couple of days.
Yeah, it really has.
Should we get some caffeine before we head over?
I think that's a great idea. I'd love some tea.
Okay, well then, why don't we use the Starbucks Progressive Web App? We're going to be demoing that in our... so we can just try it now.
Sounds like a great idea. Okay,
right.
So what would you like, Pete?
Could I do a chai tea latte, please?
All right, so I'm just gonna, let's see, here's the teas. Chai latte.
Perfect.
Add that to the order, and then I'm gonna have Earl Grey.
Ah, nice.
Add that to the order. Excellent. You
Perfect.
ready?
Let's go do it.
All right.
You don't have to clap that long. Sorry.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jenny Gove, and I'm a UX researcher here at Google, and I work on user experience of web experiences.
And I'm Pete, a developer advocate on the web team.
There are lots of reasons to love the web. For me, it's the scale. It can reach users all around the world on almost any device, and the only thing they need is a browser. It's easy to use and easy to share. There's nothing to install. It's an open ecosystem that anyone can use or build on. For the past few years, we've been talking a lot about progressive web apps. PWAs are enabled by a new set of capabilities that allow us to radically improve the user experience we provide to our users. We think a great experience is based on 4 things. First, the experience must load fast and feel fast. This is more than just about how fast something loads across the network, but also how long it takes us to get useful content onto the screen. The experience also needs to feel integrated. In other words, it needs to feel natural to the user's device. It needs to launch in the same way that other apps are launched on that device, and take advantage of the capabilities of the device in the same way that other apps do. For example, using the payment request API to make payments a snap. And the experience must be reliable. It should always work, because when it doesn't work, or when it loads too slowly, it breaks that user experience, and it really destroys user trust. Even here in the Bay Area, believe it or not, there are areas with poor cell coverage. And there are people here in the US that have to use dial-up to get online. And worldwide, more than 60% of cell phones are on 2G networks. So creating a reliable experience is crucial. And a PWA is an engaging experience. And that engaging experience starts at the very beginning with a delightful first-run experience for the user. It continues throughout all of your critical journeys so that they work perfectly, without friction. An engaging user experience uses the magic of the web. It's indexable, searchable, linkable, and shareable. The experience is timely and relevant, and it's precise, because it counts for users' context and what matters to them now. In all these aspects, but especially on making your experience engaging, you should work closely with UX professionals, user researchers and designers to identify those critical journeys for your experience. This includes basic experiences that are really imperative to get right. Things like asking for permissions only when you need it, not when the user first opens the app and there's no real need to ask for it at that point. And asking people to sign up and to sign in at the right time, when they're appropriately invested in the tasks that they're doing, and there's something in it for them to gain from doing so, not only something for your business to gain. Other very important flows to get right are payment experiences that we alluded to earlier. These have to be quick and easy and frictionless. Make it easy for the customers to give you money and for them to be delighted, not frustrated by that experience. I'm going to be covering this more on Thursday at 10:30 on stage 7 in another talk called Google Pay, Best Practices for Great Payment Experiences. And, of course, removing friction in forms. We've talked a lot about performance of forms before and the user experience of them, but there are still really plenty of poor experiences on the web, we've found out. We did a recent audit, and that was conducted in Europe on 400 top sites. And we found that 42% of the sites from across 15 countries didn't show the appropriate keyboard for the input type that was needed. This causes, of course, significant friction, and that was quite a surprise to us. It was so many. It's a best practice that's been out there for a long time.
At this point, shouldn't it be called a standard practice? Like,
yeah, all of these should, I think. They're very sort of basic experiences, but we're finding that a lot of the time people aren't getting them right. We also found that 27% of sites didn't clearly identify which fields were optional. And that causes a number of issues for users. For example, first of all, the user might be overwhelmed just by the number of fields that they have to fill in, when that's actually not true. And second, they might get hung up on trying to complete an experience that's actually not applicable to them, ultimately causing them to give up entirely. So it's critical to make sure you're following all these best practices of web design, using the right input type, using features appropriately. We have a set of principles here we developed through conducting extensive research that can help guide you towards creating a more engaging user experience. So you can find those at that link.
We often refer to this whole idea as FIRE: fast, integrated, reliable, and engaging. And the key to building those fast and reliable experiences is service workers. Service workers are now supported in every modern browser, including Safari and Edge. Apple shipped support for service workers back in March, and with the recent update to Edge just last week, they're now supported there too. Browser vendors are also adding all kinds of new support for new capabilities that really enhance the user experience. Edge got push notifications, and they're doing some interesting stuff with the add to home screen through their store. Firefox now has support for push notifications and is working on the web authentication APIs, and Safari is also working on those new web authentication APIs.
So let's take a look at a very successful PWA that was launched by the team at Starbucks. It takes advantage of many of the new capabilities and brings a modern web experience to their customers. It makes it easy to browse the menu, customize and place an order, or pay for an order in store. All right, so I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to go to Starbucks. All right, and then I'm going to sign in, and it should sign in automatically. I'm using Pete's account here. Pete's going to buy me a coffee.
I try and be a nice guy once in a while.
OK, and here we're signed in. And then I'm going to add it to the home screen here, so I can add that. And let me shut that app. And here it's been added to the home screen, so this is my progressive web app now. I'm going to launch it from here. OK, so now I'm going to order my coffee. So it's asking me if I want to use a location, because it knows I'm going to be browsing and looking for an order. So let's see. I think I'll have a coffee, perhaps a Cafe Misto. Let's see if it's going to, there we go. Actually, maybe I'll go for an Americano. All right, so it wants me to have a grande. I think I'll make that a bit smaller. Let's pick a tall. I'm going to go for a splash of milk. All right, and I think a little bit of sugar. All right. So let's add that to my order. And I can change the location here if I want to. This is my nearest, though. I'm going to confirm the store, add that to my order. Oh, I've got two now. I've got one for you. OK, and let's take a look. So there they are, actually, and I can check out from there. So I won't leave them sitting there. We probably won't go and pick them up.
Yeah.
All right. So now, let's say that I was somewhere where I didn't have a good connection. So I'm going to put this into airplane mode. And this happened to me recently, actually. I visited London, which is where I'm from, the UK. And I was going to see a friend. And I knew that Starbucks was on the way, but I was on the tube. And I had some time on my hands. I could actually browse the menu here and see what I wanted to order on the way. So that was a pretty cool experience. And it's able to do that, so I can make good use of my time when I want to do that. So these experiences extend even to payments. So should I be somewhere where I don't have a connection, say I'm visiting a different country where I don't have a connection, and I go into the store and I want to pay, then Starbucks has also cached my payment details so that I'm able to pay in the store right there. So that's Starbucks' progressive web app experience. And let's go back to slides. So this improved user experience has really paid off for Starbucks. One of the ways that they measure success is by the number of daily and monthly active users. And that's more than doubled from their previous experience. So it's really paying off. Users are placing more and more orders through the web app, with the number of orders growing by 12% week over week. And because Starbucks took a responsive approach and made sure that this worked nicely on desktop as well, they're seeing desktop users using the web app in order to order ahead so that the drink is ready when they get there. So let's go back to that fast, integrated, reliable, and engaging principles to see why the Starbucks app has been so successful. So your site has to be fast. You've seen this number from us before, probably many times. But if your site takes more than 3 seconds to load, you've lost more than half of your users. Your site not only has to load fast, it needs to feel like it loads fast. And the way Starbucks does this is to use placeholder content, like you can see here, until the actual content is loaded. So at first glance, it looks like things have started to load to the user. Those gray placeholders are really quickly replaced by real content. And on fast networks, or when the content has already been cached, you won't even see or be aware of those placeholders. Another aspect of that fast experience is the navigation between pages. Navigations feel fast, and they are fast. It never feels like the page does a full reload, as it can often on the web. Navigations shouldn't rely only on the network, but instead everything should be pre-cached and ready to go.
So to reduce the friction of sign-in, Starbucks uses the Credential Management API, which makes sign-in as simple as a one-tap thing. It's a pretty exciting new API, and AJ's going to be talking a lot more about it in his talk on Thursday called Sign Up and Sign In on the Web. So definitely check that one out. And as you can see, we've got the add to home screen. We didn't reset the phone properly. I'm sorry. That was my fault. I was responsible for that. But you get the add to home screen prompt there, so letting the user know that they can add this to their home screen. When the user adds your progressive web app to their home screen on Android, Chrome automatically creates an APK for you, which we sometimes refer to as a web APK. That web APK means that your app shows up not only on the home screen, but there in the launcher and in your settings, so that you can go in and see where the permissions are, you can see how much storage is being used, and so forth. Today, Chrome automatically will show that add to home screen prompt when the site is not already installed, the user's interacted with the site for about 30 seconds, and it meets the PWA criteria, which means that it's got a web app manifest, a service worker with a fetch event. Of course, the easiest way to test that is to use Lighthouse. In fact, we literally have a Lighthouse set up in the web tent, if you haven't gone over there and seen it, where you can go and run your site through it and talk with folks on the web team to understand what's going on. There's also a talk tomorrow on Lighthouse and the Chrome UX report that'll go into a lot more detail on how you can use these tools. Today, before Chrome shows the add to home screen prompt, it's going to fire a before install prompt event. And this gives you control over when that prompt appears. For example, in the Starbucks experience, they don't want that prompt to show up if I'm in the middle of ordering a drink, right? You want the user to finish what they're doing and then say, oh, hey, add this to your home screen. You don't want to distract the user. So in the default event handler, what you do is save a reference to the event and call prevent default on it. Prevent default says, hey, don't show up. And you can save that event so that in a moment, when you're ready to show it, when you're like, OK, hey, this is a useful time for this to be visible, you can call prompt on that saved event. You can also tell when a user has added your app to the home screen by listening for the app installed event. And so the app installed event will tell you that, hey, yes, they clicked, I want to install this, and Chrome or whatever browser was successfully able to add it to the user's home screen. Now, that's today. Chrome is going to automatically show you the prompt, but it's changing. All right? Starting in Chrome 68, Chrome is no longer going to show that prompt automatically. Instead, you're going to need to listen to that for that before install prompt event, then trigger the prompt by calling prompt on it on that saved event with a user gesture. All right? Now, to make the experience reliable, Starbucks used Workbox with a combination of pre-caching and runtime caching strategies. By pre-caching their content, they were able to ensure that the key resources that the app needed to run were always there. They wouldn't have to wait for the network. Then, as the user uses the app, they're able to cache additional content as they navigate around. Placing an order offline would be kind of amazing, but it's impossible, right? So instead, what they allow users to do is, as we showed earlier, is you can pay for your order. They use IndexedDB to store information about the user's previous orders, about the nearby stores that they've gone to, and their payment details, so that that can always come up and always be available.
Starbucks focused on the user experience to make their progressive web app engaging. Placing an order has to be easy, so that users can customize their drink with the many possible options available. Starbucks paid attention to the fundamental details, like the navigation stack, making sure that the back button always does the right thing. For example, navigating down several pages, the back button navigates step by step back up rather than jumping back to the home screen or some other random page. To make the experience feel more alive, the Starbucks PWA uses content-specific animations and messaging to provide feedback to the user. For example, after clicking Add to Order, it shows a toast, letting me know that it's been added to my bag. As you can see, through creating a fast, integrated, reliable, and engaging progressive web app, Starbucks have put their customers first in developing an experience that meets their users where they are, in the context that they live, they work, they play, to make it simply a convenient and delightful experience in order to order a favorite drink.
All right, so have we burned that FIRE acronym in your head yet? OK, look,
bad.
I like bad jokes. I got a couple more set up for you, so be ready. In any event, a bunch of teams at Google have been working on building their own progressive web apps. Google Search uses a progressive web app to make it possible for users to ask questions when they're offline and then provide an answer once they've reconnected. It uses service workers, background sync, and push notifications. By using service workers, they were able to reduce the number of external JavaScript requests by nearly 50%, and they were able to reduce the number of user interactions that were delayed by loading JavaScript by 6%. So they saw a pretty good performance improvement. There's also Bulletin, which is a new way to create and share hyperlocal stories, and it's all built around a progressive web app. It's a tiny fraction of the size of a native app, and it's got 100% of the functionality. They do some really neat stuff with the media capture API so that you can take a picture or take a video and then post it up to Bulletin. And sharing is as simple as sharing a URL. And the Maps team recently shipped a progressive web app. They saw progressive web apps as a way to radically improve the experience for their users on low-end devices or in limited or flaky network conditions. Previously, many of these users were getting a so-called light experience that was designed with mobile in mind, but it didn't take advantage of a lot of the new capabilities that progressive web apps has to offer. The progressive web app doesn't have feature parity with their native app, but instead centers around 4 key user journeys. Again, see that bad pun? Yeah, I told you there were a few. Anyways, that they felt were really important. First, they wanted to make it easy for users to see their location and nearby landmarks so that they could get a sense of where they are. Second, they wanted to make it easy to find places with either search or on a map. Third, they wanted to make it easy to see what was nearby and help them discover new places. And finally, they wanted to make it easy to get directions so that they could figure out how to get to those places that they've discovered. And users are using it even more. The new experience is seeing 20% more successful page loads compared to the previous experience. Specifically targeting low-end devices meant the team really had to put that extra effort into making sure that everything was fast. Performance was prioritized from the beginning by establishing code size, load time, and memory benchmarks that could be measured with every single commit. They used Chrome DevTools to tune memory and performance and tested on slow networks, always looking for any regressions. And of course, they needed to make sure that it worked reliably, even on those flaky networks. So they set a goal to be mindful of how much data that they were using and try and keep that in check so that for users on expensive data plans, they wouldn't consume too much of their data. So let's take a look at the Maps progressive web app. So I'll open it up here, and I've already installed it on here. You can see that, oh, I guess we should come out of airplane mode. That would be kind of helpful. One of the neat things you can see, they have that no internet. They give you a little indication of whether you're online or not. So I can see this looks like the standard Maps experience. It's maybe not quite as shiny, but I'm going to go check out and try and find a place that I've been once or twice before, sports page. It pops up really quickly, almost instantly with the information. It's got that standard page view, so I can see information about the things that I'm looking for. And if I clear this out and then go into offline mode, even though I'm offline, it remembers the places, oh, there we go. It remembers the places that I've been to before, so that if I click on sports page, that's all still there. And it's cached in an IndexedDB table so that it's always there and ready to go. So if we can switch back to the slides, great. So with the previous Maps experience, they really focused to put as much data as possible into that initial HTTP request so that they could reduce the number of requests that had to be made for the app to start. That meant inlining things like CSS and JavaScript and HTML templates, stuff that they might need for one thing but not for something else. They wanted to have everything there so that they could get started right away. With the progressive web app, they've refactored the code into really super fine-grained modules that are only served by the service worker when they're needed. So unlike the traditional experience, it only loads and runs the code that's needed. If the user doesn't need directions, it doesn't have to load or execute that code, meaning everything runs just that much snappier. Many of the users are on flaky or 2G networks, or they've got expensive data plans, and they turn their data on and off fairly frequently. And the Maps team wanted to make sure that that experience for them worked reliably, no matter what their network connection was like. To achieve that, they use service workers to cache the core app shell of their app, and so they can eliminate the network for that initial stuff. But then they started to think about how they were going to store the map tiles. Map tiles are about somewhere between 10 and 20K each, and you imagine as you pan and zoom, you can start to load a lot of them. And in fact, you can load like dozens of them by panning and zooming pretty quickly. And those map tiles change frequently. Imagine as new businesses open and close, as things change, those map tiles are constantly in flux. So storing those tiles using the Caches API was going to be a little bit complex for what they wanted to accomplish in V1. And so what they decided to do is use the browser cache. But they did it in a really neat way. As each tile is successfully loaded, they store the details of that tile in an IndexedDB table. So later, when the browser goes to get it again, the service worker regenerates the URL based on the version information and is able to go back to the browser cache, and in most cases, is able to pull that tile back from the browser cache again. For things like searches, directions, and that kind of stuff, all of that is saved in IndexedDB. So that's always there on the user's device, even if they're offline. To help eliminate some of the jankiness that is possible and reduce the amount of graphics memory that's used, they used the Layers panel in Chrome DevTools to identify elements that were off-screen and remove them from the DOM. That also shows them really useful if you go into 3D mode, the stacking context of your page. If you're trying to figure out what's going on with some of the layers and what's going on there, it's a really useful tool. It's one of my favorite ones that I've just recently started playing with, but it's been around for a while. They also decided to limit the amount of transparency and box shadows that they have. So, for example, the search box that you see up there is a full width element. In the normal experience, it's a floating element that's got the map tiles drawn behind it. So in this case, they don't have to draw the map tiles behind it or anything like that. They're able to save a bunch of memory. One of the biggest challenges that they faced in building a progressive web app was that the storage APIs are scoped to the origin. And I didn't realize this, but Maps is actually served on Google.com. It's not served on maps.google.com. So that means it shares the same storage as, obviously, Maps, but also Search, and Chrome's default new tab page. Any service that Google serves is going to share that. So they had to be really careful not to step on other folks' toes. As a developer, one of my favorite tools is the Clear Site Data button. It removes the service workers, gets you back all the saved data, and lets you start from zero. And of course, that includes the cookies. As I was digging into this to try and figure out what was going on, I kept getting signed out of mail, and I couldn't figure out why. And then I went, oh, yeah, clearing my cookies signs me out of all my mail was a bit of a pain in the butt.
Thanks. OK, so we attribute a lot of the progression of progressive web apps to mobile. And mobile has really been the key focus of the development for progressive web apps to date. But while the growth of mobile has been strong, we mustn't forget that desktop usage is, in fact, still growing, as you can see in this chart here. This graph shows that mobile phone use peaks in the morning and the evening, and tablet also has significant use in the evening time. Desktop usage is more evenly distributed throughout the day, when most people are at work and at their desks. It's mainly led by productivity apps. Many of the key apps we use every day, for example, Google Docs, messaging apps like Slack and Chat, and music streaming apps like Google Music or Spotify. Having that installed native feel can be really important to users because it gives them the confidence that the app will be fast, integrated, reliable, and engaging. To achieve this, some developers have built desktop apps using web technologies and then used a framework that embeds their application in a custom-built web browser. In fact, that's what Spotify does today. But it feels kind of redundant to ship an entire browser and your code, especially given that the user already has a browser on their machine. Not only have you significantly increased the size of your download, but you now have to keep that rendering stack up to date. You have to patch security vulnerabilities and more. So you're responsible for your app and maintaining that rendering stack in this case. There is a better way to create desktop web apps. and with a smaller footprint, and that emphasizes user experience as well. And that's to deliver a PWA for desktop. Users have high expectations for desktop apps, and progressive web apps on the desktop also need to be fast, integrated, reliable, engaging. You can say that with me now, I'm sure. That means they launched from the same place as a desktop apps are launched, so that's familiar to users, but they run also in an app window. So they look and feel like other apps on the desktop. And that's why we're working to bring progressive web apps to desktop. The demo we're going to show you today is on Chrome OS, but work is already well underway to support Windows and Mac as well. And Windows users can already install progressive web apps through the Microsoft App Store. So let's take a look more closely at the PWA experience on Chrome OS, exploring Spotify's desktop PWA. So I'm going to move to this Pixelbook now. So let's go to Spotify. All right. So now I'm going to open my web player. All right. And you'll see here that it asks me if I want to install the app. So I'm going to say yes, and this dialog comes up. I can click Install here, and if you look quickly and closely, you'll see it land on my shelf down here. So that was pretty quick, right? There it is. And I'm just going to close that out and show you how easy it is to launch it as if it was my beautiful app experience here. So, Pete, I heard about the band tomorrow night. Did you hear Justice?
I heard. I'm kind of excited.
Should we have a little listen?
Let's, sure. OK.
Go for it.
All right.
Come on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I like this, but maybe you should just keep going. I know.
Wow. Oh, won't go off. there we go. Come on.
I just closed the window.
Shut for me.
There we
but
go.
The rest of the demo was good.
Now,
so you saw there that it was in, I can launch it again. Let's see if it'll play. You can see the install app has gone here. Because now I'm in their progressive web app, and it's using the whole of the screen. It's in the app window, and it's just a great experience that I can launch directly there from my shelf. All right, let's move back over to slides.
Cool. Getting started isn't different than what you're already doing. This is not like it's a whole new class of apps or anything like that. All of the work that you've already done for your existing progressive web apps still applies. Service workers make it fast and reliable. You can use push notifications to keep users up to date. And the add to home screen uses the same set of criteria as it does on mobile. The only real difference is that instead of running in a browser tab, it's running in an app window. With app windows, there are no tabs or address bar. It's just your app. And it's optimized really for the needs of apps with more flexible window organization. App windows also make it really easy to switch between windows by alt-tabbing. I want to point out a couple of things in the app window that I think are kind of interesting. As I mentioned, it takes up the full screen. You've got the standard minimize, maximize, as you'd expect. And on Chrome OS, the title bar is themed based on the manifest colors. Speaking of the web app manifest, I do want to recommend that you future-proof your apps by adding the scope property. The scope property defines the set of URLs that the browser is going to consider within your app. If you leave that set of URLs, it'll bounce you out to a browser tab. This is really important because in the future, this is going to be used for determining behavior like link capturing. Within the menu, there's also that app menu there that gives you the URL and a bunch of other sort of useful things that you want to get into.
Now, there are some unique design considerations you need to take into account for building desktop progressive web apps, things that don't necessarily always apply to progressive web apps on mobile devices. Apps on the desktop have to have access to significantly larger screen real estate Don't just pad your content with extra margin, therefore, but use the additional space by creating new breakpoints for wider screens. Some applications really benefit from that wider view. When thinking about your breakpoints, think about how users will use your app and how they might resize it. In a weather app, a large window might show me a 7-day forecast. Then, as the window gets smaller, instead of shrinking everything down, I might get a 5-day forecast. And as it continues to get smaller, content might shuffle around. I can still see that same content. It's just optimized for a smaller display. For some apps, a mini mode might be really helpful. This weather app shows me only the current conditions. And a music player might show me just the current songs and the button needed to change the song. You can take this idea of responsive design to the next level to support convertibles like the Pixelbook or the Surface. When switched to tablet mode, these devices make the active window full screen, and depending on how the user holds the device, may be either landscape or portrait. So you need to focus on getting responsive design right, and that's what matters here, whether the user has resized the window or the device has done so because it's switched to tablet mode. Responsive design is critical to a successful desktop progressive web app experience. The app window on desktop opens so many new possibilities, so work with your designer and take a responsive approach that adds new breakpoints for larger screens, supports landscape or portrait views, works when full screen or not, and works nicely with those virtual keyboards. And what's next? Well, as mentioned, we're already working on support for Windows and Mac, and for all the platforms, we're looking on adding support for keyboard shortcuts so that you can provide your own functionality, badging for the launch icon so that you can let users know about important events that you don't want to display a full notification for, and link capturing, opening the installed PWA when the user clicks on a link that needs to be handled by the app. So keep an eye out for announcements on the Chromium blog that you see here for updates, and start playing with it today.
All right, so we have about 1.5 minutes left to cover the last section. So I'm going to go really fast. I won't actually go that fast. I'll cover the key stuff. We'll get this out in another video. But for many users, having an app available in the store is really critical to your business. And we know that there are a lot of cases where this makes sense, and that it makes sense to integrate your web content into your native app. Today, you can do this using either a web view or custom tabs, and each has its own benefits and drawbacks. I won't go through these right now. I'm going to sort of skip through this so that we can get into a little of the fun details. We've heard from you that one of the things you want is to be able to show web content in your native app, but have a lot more control over it. And Trusted Web Activities allows you to integrate that experience. They're powered by custom tabs, which means that your content is rendered by the user's up-to-date browser. This isn't a mechanism simply to just wrap your website and throw it up onto the Play Store. A simple mistake can cause some kind of drastic problems. Trusted Web Activities are designed to make it possible for you to use the investment you've made in your web app inside of your Android native app. There are a couple of requirements. They must be done as first-party content, so the content has to be yours. You need to add an intent filter in your manifest, and you need to pass the same progressive web app criteria as we've talked about earlier. And of course, you need to follow the standard Play Store guidelines. So there's 4 things that you need to do. Well, essentially 2, but we'll call them sort of 4. Set up a set of digital asset links, and that allows you to prove that your content belongs to you on the web, and then create the activity. The code is here. We will get this up. In fact, I'll show you. I'll just take you to the link where all of the details already are. Can I go back one slide, please? Sorry. All right. If you go to g.co, Trusted Web Activities, all of the notes for this, including all of the code to get started on this, is right up there.
OK, so let's conclude this talk so you can all get to the party tonight. So in bringing this all together, you've seen today how Starbucks' progressive web app works, how the team at Starbucks have taken care of those fundamentals, as well as the delighters to bring a more convenient and experience and great ease of use to their consumers. We've seen how Google is building progressive web apps as well, with search and maps and bulletin, and how progressive web apps can improve desktop experiences through careful design and use of app window. And finally, you've heard about how you can integrate your PWA into your native app. All these experiences focus on being fast, integrated, reliable, engaging. And in this, they're transforming the web on mobile and on desktop.
So if you remember 3 things. 1, go check your progressive web app and listen for that before install prompt event, call show on it. Go try desktop progressive web apps and add a scope. And if you've got an existing Android app, go take a look at trusted web activities. Thanks, everybody. Please fill out the feedback form. Thank you.
Enjoy the party.
It was another great day at Google I/O 2018, and it isn't over yet. Come back at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Time for our live concert with Justice. They'll be debuting their new song, Stop. Tomorrow, we'll be back here at 8:30 a.m. with more sessions, sandbox demos, and special guest interviews. See you back here in 1.5 hours. We'll leave now with Justice's new music video, Stop.